I'm Kara Stitt, the Director of the Contracts Administration and Training Branch here at the Administration for Children and Families Government Contracting Service. I'm thrilled to welcome you to the final day of our second annual ACF APBI. Before we dive into today's agenda, I'd like to get a sense of who's been with us on this journey. By a show of hands, who has attended all 3 days? Wow, look at that. Thank you. Round of applause for you. And just out of curiosity, how many of you were here with us last year? Wow, thank you for coming again. We're happy to have you here. We appreciate your dedication, and just so you know, we love to see the returning faces. Let us all think about and reflect what we want to get out of today's meeting, out of the panels, what kind of information, what kind of connections do we hope to make. So keep that in mind as we progress throughout the day. Make sure you connect with one another. Make sure you think about the questions you want to ask your panels. And then just be willing to share, be open, because this is what's going to make this amazing event even more amazing, is your participation. All right, so let's get started with the day. This event serves as a vital platform for us to discuss the multifaceted mission of ACF and to explore potential contracting opportunities with our mission partners. Your participation, again, is key to this event being successful. Today, we'll hear from several mission partners and a host panel discussions. We've also included time for networking, so feel free to use the auditorium, the lobby, or the breakout rooms in F1 and F2 if you need some privacy. Restrooms are located in the lobby and upstairs. Meals are available in the cafeteria to the left, right outside these doors, and up the steps, make a right. Please note that this event is being recorded for later viewing on the HHS Live YouTube channel. For any unanswered questions, we will follow up in writing to all the registered attendees. All right, so we will start with the day's presentation on a critical aspect of our operations, grants management. It is my pleasure to introduce someone who plays a pivotal role in the administration of these efforts. Please welcome Mr. Ben Goldhaber, our Deputy Assistant Secretary for Administration. Ben oversees all operational and administrative services here at ACF, which includes grants management, facilities, procurement, as well as staff development and training activities. We are indeed fortunate to have someone of Ben's caliber and dedication guiding our administrative strategies. Let's give a warm welcome for the grants management leadership team.
Oh, now it is. Better? Better? Yes. I think we'll do a quick round of introductions and then very much an informal kind of a conversation today, leaving some opportunity for some interaction if you've got questions. But I'd like to introduce or let my colleagues introduce themselves before we proceed.
Good morning. My name is Latasha Abney, and I'm the Director of the Office of Grants Policy.
Good morning. I'm Karen Code. I'm the Director of the Family Protection and Resilience Portfolio. We have within that portfolio child welfare grants, family violence and prevention grants, runaway and homeless youth, as well as the unaccompanied children's portfolio.
Thank you, and good morning. I'm Emily Mella. I'm the Chief of Staff in the Office of Administration. Good to see you all again.
So when Kenyatta suggested, I think this is the first time we've had a grants panel as part of APBI. There haven't been that many APBIs. And thought about it for a minute and thought it was a good idea. So we're here. But I'm curious amongst the audience, how many of you are or would consider or are like in the process of also applying for an ACF grant? Okay, that's a little surprising. Somebody, Karen predicted there would be at least some hands. So that's interesting and good to know. As I've been struggling with the analogy of why it's important for apparently not only people who are interested in the business of contracts with ACF, with procurement, to understand something about grants. And this is the best one I could come up with. And it actually is local to our venue today. So if you wanted to do business with NIH and you're interested in their laboratory network, it makes sense that you'd want to understand something bigger about NIH and its mission. And for the most part, I think I can safely say that ACF's mission is maximally carried out through the grants process. It is a very large organization by dollar value. We're going to show you some facts and figures later. But for you to be interested in partnering with ACF, you should understand its major muscle movement. And that's really the grants processes. So we're going to do a couple of things today. We're going to hand off to Latasha to talk about the grants process, for those of you who are not intimately familiar. And then we're going to talk a little bit about some of where we're headed, where our minds are at for grants management in ACF, and then close it out with a little bit of a facilitated panel, which you should feel free to jump in if you're interested. So with that, I will hand it off to Tasha, and we can, yep, perfect.
All right. Well, good morning. It's very rare that I get to come outside because a lot of the work that we do in the Office of Grants Policy is internal to ACF, HHS. We usually do presentations within the agency, but I wanted to take this time to give you a little bit of information about the Office of Grants Policy after I go through this agenda that's here. So just wanted to give you a little bit of information about the structure of the Office of Grants Policy and our role, and then we'll follow up with talking about the grants process, our notice of funding opportunities, and then those resources that we have available. So moving on to the next slide, the structure. So I'm the director. As I've mentioned, we have two branches. We have a Notice of Funding Opportunity branch, and we also have a policy branch. Within the Notice of Funding Opportunity branch, we have 3 staff in addition to the branch chief. With the policy branch, we have 2 staff in addition to the branch chief. Moving on to the next slide. It's really hard to summarize the work that we do in these 4 bullets that are behind me, but I will try my best. So I just want to break it down between what the policy office is responsible for and what the Notice of Funding Opportunity office is responsible for. So for the policy branch is responsible for creating general ACF policies and procedures related to grants. In addition to that, they also respond to inquiries from all of our program offices, either related to interpretation of a policy or regulations. In addition to that, they do receive a lot of questions from recipients, and that's where on occasion we come in if they need assistance with answering those questions. In addition to that, we work with Karen. We work with the Office of Grants Management in trying to work together to collaborate on some of those policies and procedures that are general for ACF as a whole. So for the NOFO branch, NOFOs, clearly Notices of Funding Opportunities, that's pretty much the work that they're responsible for. They are responsible for the clearance for all of the funding opportunities for the office of for ACF. So that's they manage the process, and they're also responsible for reviewing it as the Office of Grants Policy. In addition to that, they're also responsible for drafting policies and procedures related to Notice of Funding Opportunity. So now that that's over, we'll get to the meat of the actual grants process. Next slide. All right, planning. So planning is also what we consider forecasting. So before a program office prepares a funding opportunity, they kind of go through historical documents and they look and see what was previously published, like if any of the project periods will be over within the upcoming year, or if there are any program goals or priorities that they want to focus on in a given year. So based on that information, the program office will forecast a funding opportunity that is posted to grants.gov. How many people are familiar with grants.gov? Oh, yes. All right. Okay, so those opportunities are the forecasts posted to grants.gov, and what's included in those forecasts, it's pretty much a brief description of the program that will be funded. It includes information on organizations that will be eligible to apply for funding. In addition to that, it provides estimates on funding as well as when the program expects the full funding opportunity announcement to be posted. So if you're familiar with grants.gov, you know that you can sign up for notifications for forecasts, like if there are any updates or modifications to the forecast, or when the funding opportunity announcement posts, the full funding opportunity announcement posts. So now moving on to the NOFO part of the process. So usually when the program is working on that forecast that's posted to grants.gov, they pretty much have an idea as to what they want that notice of funding opportunity to look like. And that's part of what our NOFO branch works with them on. So with the notice of funding opportunity, it pretty much provides a clear description of the program that's going to be funded. It reiterates the eligibility, and it also provides you with additional information on eligibility. Also includes funding information. It also focuses on application requirements. So application requirements are things that the applicant needs to respond to within the narrative. And it also includes the evaluation criteria. So the evaluation criteria will be used to evaluate how well you've responded to those application requirements. So this is all information that you're able to see and view and gauge how you want to respond to the application requirements. In addition to that, it also includes any necessary documentation you need to maybe you need to show proof of eligibility. So whatever documentation you need for that, in addition to any forms that you would need to submit along with your application. So this information is all posted on grants.gov. You have the full funding opportunity announcement that provides you with the details. In addition to that, there's an application package that's posted that you can use to apply for the funding opportunity on grants.gov. And with that, hand it over to Karen.
Next phase. And I'd like to clarify that ACF, we give out a lot of grants. Many of them are what we call mandatory grants. And those go to states, territories, tribal entities, pretty much. What we're talking about today are the discretionary grants, the ones that are posted on grants.gov. So once Latasha's team, who works very closely with us, and they work very closely with the program offices as well, to try to make sure or to ensure that the NOFOs that are published are as clear as they can be, because that is what helps guide applicants to be able to submit strong applications, strong competitive applications. So once the award deadline or the submittal deadline has been reached, we go in and we download all the applications from grants.gov, and we do initially an eligibility screen. And the eligibility screen is the preliminary screen just to make sure the basics have been met. Was it submitted on time? Are you within the award ceiling? Have you hit any of the other eligibility points that are within the NOFO? This doesn't get into the technical aspects of the application. This is basically just, is this an eligible application? So once that screen is done, all applications that have been determined to be eligible are then submitted for panel review. These are independent, objective reviews by subject matter experts. They look at the applications and review them for the technical aspects, and the scoring for each of these technical areas is within the NOFO. And so at the end of the reviews, there is a summary review and a summary ranking of each application. From that point, then, the applications are subjected to further review by the Program and Grants Office. There may be negotiations depending on the complexity of the application or the size of the award. The negotiations may involve the budget. You know, the costs have been requested. Is there enough detail to back into the cost to understand clearly how that number was arrived at? Are the costs allowable? There may be discussions about scope of the award. So upon conclusion, the applications then that are selected for funding and approved are then put through the process, and they result in a notice of funding or a notice of grant award that is then sent out to the successful applicants. That is the first notice that the application has been funded, that will be received. Now, who do I hand to?
Back to me to talk more about NOFOs. So what is a NOFO? Next slide. So I already mentioned what a NOFO is. I feel like I don't need to go into too much more detail, but a NOFO is also known as a program announcement. Some people might be familiar with that term. Funding opportunity announcement, a funding opportunity. It's known by quite a few names, but it's pretty much the same. So what I really want to talk about now is the history of our NOFOs, at least the last 13 years, because that's how long I've been in the Office of Grants Policy. But prior to my tenure in the Office of Grants Policy, I remember we used to have program announcements that were posted in the Federal Register at some point, but we moved away from that. Everything is posted on grants.gov. But I think in the last 13 years, we've made great strides in trying to improve what our NOFOs look like. So initially, we had a goal to decrease the number of pages of NOFOs. So we kind of took a look at what was included in NOFOs. There was just so much information we thought that applicants needed. Here, give them a history of the office as a whole, give them a history of the program, and some of our announcements focused more on that instead of the program that was being funded. And we did have a lot of policy information that was included that wasn't really necessary at the time of application. If you received an award, then definitely that information was needed. So initially, we started off by shortening our NOFOs by moving a lot of stuff to either the ACF website for that policy-related information, and for programs, they would link to their websites on their pages on the ACF website if there was any historical information or information that they thought would be helpful to an applicant. But we always do this work thinking we know what people need, and that is, not the case. So in a couple of years ago, we had a couple of focus groups with recipients of ACF funding and people that have applied to funding for ACF, and it was an eye-opener. It helped us realize that we were kind of thinking wrong. Like, yeah, we definitely wanted to shorten these documents because they were 80, 100 pages, but it didn't have the information that was needed to apply for funding. It was just all of those things that we thought was needed. And so after these conversations, we took a look at some of what we considered standard language in NOFOs. Programs took a look at the descriptions that they included, as well as those questions that they were asking applicants. And, we took a look to determine what do we need to know in order to fund these organizations or in order to consider them for funding? You know, some of the questions that we were asking was information that we thought would be helpful, but not necessarily being evaluated as part of the application process. And so we took a look at those things and we made a couple of changes, but last year was a game changer. So HHS has this initiative to simplify our NOFOs, and the pilot started last year. So last year we had 4 NOFOs across HHS that participated in this initiative, and one of our NOFOs was chosen to participate. And it was a matter of taking the draft document that, and this included the boilerplate language as well as the program language, and just taking a really hard look at it and seeing what needed to be removed, seeing how we could convert it to plain language, which is super helpful. And we got good results out of that one, which is on the next slide, but I'll tell you about that in a minute. Since that one NOFO that we had last year, we've added more NOFOs to this initiative. And right now, we have 23 simplified NOFOs that are posted to grants.gov. And every time one posts, we are like super excited about it because it's such a big deal. You know, we have, we want to widen the applicant pool. And we find that because our NOFOs are very technical, that we always get the same applicants. And so the hope is once we simplify these NOFOs, we'll be able to have like smaller organizations that might be able to do the work, apply for funding. So we just want to have more applicants to apply, which is, you know, we haven't, of course, it's 2024, but we haven't, we're looking to do an evaluation on what this process looks like in coming years. So we're just super excited about that. And that leads me to the next slide. So this is our NOFO from last year. And if you've applied for an ACF award previously, it definitely looks different. Cover page is completely different. When you actually look at these documents, you can go into it and you can click to get to different sections of the NOFO. Like if you don't want to read the full document at one time, but you want to skip to the how to apply section, you can actually click to that section and get to it instead of having to go through the full document. Like I said, is simplified, it's a lot easier to read, and it just really looks nice. But wanted to give you a little bit of data on what we found based on last year's pilot. For applicants said that it reduced their time in applying by 31%. The reduction in word count was 60%. Sentence length was reduced by 40%. And for this particular NOFO, they expected to receive 20 applications, and they ended up receiving 44. So that was a big deal. And finally, next slide, resources. Everyone said that, well, quite a few of you said you're familiar with grants.gov. All of ACF's discretionary NOFOs are posted, or forecast and NOFOs are posted on grants.gov. You can go there and search based on your organization type. You can search for ACF NOFOs. You can also sign up for alerts. For our ACF grants page, we've done a lot of work on that page, I must say. We have a section on how to apply, and it focuses on the grants application process. In addition to that, it also gives you information on the review process, and there are frequently asked questions that we think would be really helpful. And for the NOFO simplification, again, it's something that we're still going through, and it's a very interesting process. So if you have questions on that as well, there's an email address behind me, simplerNOFO@hhs.gov. And that's it. I'm going to turn it over to Ben.
This is maybe a long shot question, but out of the number of folks who raised a hand for those who will plan to have an ACF grant, have you seen any of the new versions of the NOFOs? Yeah, one person, good. Anyone? Were you impressed? Was it obvious? Yeah. I think for those of you, to the extent that you do go onto grants.gov and you have a chance to compare and contrast what they were and what they are, I think you will see a sea change. So that's a good coming attraction. I think we can go to the next deck. I don't think well sitting down, so I'm going to stand up, even though they gave me a table mic, which is improvised. We're going to run through a couple of data points because I want to get to a more important conversation toward the end. And generally speaking, we have been in the process of thinking about grants management and how to kind of change how we approach the function in ACF. And hopefully, I think we can say we've influenced the department as well. So we're going to show you a couple of things. And again, I think we're going to try to cap off the conversation with a conversation. Or is that going to work better? Yes. I asked for one. Okay, how's this? Can you? Good? Okay, much better. Okay, next slide, please. So I asked, and I think you've not seen an ACF org chart since you came to the session this year, correct? Maybe you probably know a little bit about ACF if you've been working with us for a while. But this is important contextually, not because I love org charts. But ACF is a pretty diverse place, and while it is kind of small by federal agencies are often measured by how many people they have, and ACF has about 2,000 people, notwithstanding contractors, but it's got a very large budget, anywhere from $70 to $100 billion in a crisis year to kind of mainstream, which is more in the 60 to 70. And these offices, which I will not read off to you, some of you are probably more familiar with, offices like Head Start and Child Care. Other offices like the Office of Family Assistance is the biggest spender in ACF. They do the federal welfare programs. So mostly, ACF, I think, is known by some of its more notable offices than it as an organization as a whole. So this is ACF and all its componentry. Office Administration is down here at the bottom left, not the most impressive place for us, but nonetheless, and that's where grants management, grants policy, grants other stuff is in there. So the next slide, please. So this is how the money breaks out, and this is 23, so this is last year award. Just to give you a sense of scale, I don't know if this is intuitive to you, but I think some people sometimes see this and they're a little surprised with some of the bigger chunks. You'll notice that Head Start and Child Care are a very big portion of the budget, as is TANF, Temporary Assistance for Needy Families, and foster care. Offices or programs in offices like Refugee and Entered Assistance, which is where unaccompanied children is, and all of the work that's being undertaken for communities like the Ukrainians coming out of that area currently are actually smaller, but they have a much more public-facing kind of reception to you and probably through the media. I think Karen's point earlier, and I'll cover this a little bit, the ways in which this money goes out are very different. Head Start is a direct federal to local program, and those are all discretionary. Child Care is kind of a mix of formula and other. TANF is obviously just large grants that go to states. So moving on to the next one, please. Okay, so I loathe to show graphs in a presentation, but I'm doing it anyway for a point. And it's actually big enough that you might be able to see it. The point of this is not so much to indicate scale, though it's interesting when you can kind of compare and contrast. Over here in the middle, you'll see the nonprofit grouping of recipients and the quantity of money received versus states. It's a lot of Head Start in that nonprofit space. I think the more important point is to look at the kind of two sides. On this side, you will see all of those programs that were in that org chart, and then you'll see what is clearly a checkerboard of recipient types. The different program offices also have different programs, and those programs are awarded different kinds of grants. This is all drill downable if people are really curious about knowing individual aspects of these grants. And then if you flip the data the other way, you will see that for the different recipient types, you even there still have a mix of folks and how they get their money. So this is just intended to kind of show a little bit about scale and complexity of ACF in the grant space. Next slide. Another graph, sorry. This is more about volume. This is, I think, obviously a depiction of the total amount obligated in 23 with that $77 billion number. That's a combination of monies that are kind of spent in 23. On the bottom, you will see scales from time, which is mostly pretty consistent with the exception of 21, which was obviously driven by a couple of crises. And then on top, again, a different way of cutting the data where you're seeing it in the different ways it goes out to different communities that we serve. And then, next slide. The more important part of the conversation. So I love these icons that you can now find, because I don't think anyone really knows what they mean until you say what they mean, but you're desperate to put an icon on your slide, so you don't have to use more words. The conversation we wanted to have today is more about what OGM is thinking about in the future and what is driving their approach to innovation. That first one, it does look like a help desk. It's not supposed to be a help desk. It's supposed to be technical assistance and thinking about what is classically maybe the way that OGM and maybe to some degree federal agencies do technical assistance from the grants management perspective is often kind of responsive, and it can be more about the kind of rules and a little bit about oversight. We're trying to press the question around how forward-leaning can we be as an organization to help recipients be successful, as opposed to just answer their technical questions. And this is an interesting balance, and it's one we're still exploring. So we've done some work on this and continue to think about this question, and all of these are really designed to stimulate a conversation with you as potential partners. The second one is technology. We are, I'm sure if you're all staying for the next couple of sessions, I think we are generously a warm-up act for Kevin Duvall, who's going to come in and talk to you about ACF Tech in a couple of hours. We have, I would argue, done more in the space of kind of grants and technology than has happened in the past decade. We are thinking about using AI, machine learning, business intelligence in different kinds of ways to take the manual processes that are involved in these very kind of serial and parallel processes and reduce them to the minimalist possible kind of representation so that people can spend their time doing things like technical assistance and not processing paper. In one example, this is going to get a little dorky, in the world of NOFOs, when recipients come in for subsequent years within that grant period, they are often approved for more than 1 year when the grant is awarded. This is called a non-competing continuation. The process for approving non-competing continuations is very seldom rejected. And a couple of years ago, we realized that the utter predictability of that process and started automating that process and really taking some of the human demand out of looking at data that ultimately yielded a very predictable response. And that was made possible by machine reading and other technology advances. And then finally, we are nothing if not data-driven. All of the choices we're making around where to focus our interests, where can we get the most bang for our technology buck, where do we see opportunities to help recipients think differently about how they approach their own grants. Everything is data-driven as much as possible. It is a bit of a scarce, I was going to say it's a data desert, but it is scarce in the amount of data that is kind of immediately available that answers all of our questions. So we're often in the kind of data aggregation, data management phase right now, and we'll be kind of shifting into data analysis as we can organize a lot more of our data into ways that it's kind of accessible and supports decision making. So we're going to, I think, hand off to Emily, who is going to ask, I think, the panel some questions. But if you would also like to have opinions about Emily's questions, you should feel free to take a roving mic and ask a question or make a statement. You want to do that one?
Yeah. Thanks, Ben. So to Ben's point, I have a couple of questions that I think might stimulate them to say some more things about what they're thinking about for the future that might be of interest to you. But if you have other things that you would like to hear from them, please come to one of the mics and we'll jump into. I also have a couple of questions for the audience that I am curious about how you might recommend that we think about some of these grants management issues in the future. But first, to kind of prompt the three of you a little bit, can you talk a little bit more about how you're thinking about grants across programmatic silos? Because to Ben's point in those graphs, we get our money and lots of rules from Congress in kind of very clear and bureaucratic programmatic silos, but then actual services delivered to communities operate in a really complex ecosystem. So could each of you talk a little bit about how you're thinking about improvements in ways that cut across some of those silos?
I can jump in. We're, as Ben said a little bit earlier, oftentimes, or in the past, we've been reactive when issues have come up. What we'd like to move into is more of a proactive position, more of a proactive posture, having answers before they're needed. Some of the ways that we're doing that is in looking at, well, as you can imagine, many recipients receive multiple grants across ACF. And so instead of looking at the recipient's behavior with grants per program, we're looking at them holistically. And so trying to approach them, if they're having a problem in this area, probably that same problem is repeated over here. So taking a broader look at how we approach it. Similarly, if we have opportunity to go on site visits, oftentimes we will invite or we'll talk to various program offices that we know are represented with this grantee, and we'll try to address any concerns, or not always just concerns, but areas for further exploration with a grantee from across different programs. We really would like people to not laugh when we say we're from the government and we're here to help you. Yes.
Thanks. Other things to add?
Just to piggyback on that as far, well, I want to kind of focus on what we are doing externally for this one. And it's more so that simplification work. Like, we're just starting on it. It's very new to us. And I feel like as the years go on, we do our evaluations and get feedback from the public, we'll be able to learn from that information and simplify our NOFOs even more. We want to really focus on listening to the public as opposed to doing what we believe they think is best, what we think is best for them. So we want to make our NOFOs as a whole more equitable, and we really want everyone to apply that's eligible. So those are some of the things that we're looking at. In addition to that, we've worked really hard on the grants part of our website. I'm still plugging that thing. But there's like so much information to the point where a lot of us even go there. Like if there's something that we have a question on, we know that it's available on that website. And so I really encourage folks to go there, like as we continue to learn from program offices, learn from you all, we will continue to tweak the ACF grants page as well.
Thanks. Okay. I have another question for them, and then I'm curious to get the audience thinking about what I would love to hear from you all is we're curious about where we should be looking for new ideas, best practices in some of the areas that we've been talking about. Now that you kind of hear where we're thinking and where we're heading, we'd love to hear ideas and suggestions for other kinds of organizations that we should be looking to. I see someone with your hand up. Would you mind going to a mic? I think so. Team, is this mic live?
Yeah. Good morning. Dennis Watson, executive from a firm called Eagle Technologies in Roslyn, Virginia. So real quick background, we have extensive experience for 18 years providing modernization for Office of Head Start for grants modernization. As well, we're engaging with the USDA for modernization, and also as well talking with FEMA for grants modernization. So to answer your query about engaging the community, we think it'd be important for firms to bring perspectives about approach, architecture, scale, human-centered design, process, and security in terms of engaging with the panel. So the question back to you is, in order to provide insight into those use cases that we have today at FEMA, USDA, and OHS, to give you that holistic perspective, what do you recommend in terms of engaging you to bring those ideas? That's a question. Thank you.
Thanks. You want to start?
Oh, go ahead. If I heard the question correctly, it sounds like you've done a bunch of work with other grantee organizations, federal partners, and are interested in how you might organize around kind of sharing best practices. Is that the kind of locus?
Yes, sir, that's correct. Once again, we are actively involved as a prime under OHS, FEMA, and USDA, providing really, we think, modern views and insight about AI, analytics, and scale, human-centered design, and security.
Yeah, it's a great question, and I'm not sure there's a great answer. Like the Head Start has an association, which is a great kind of networking for the recipients. The federal government probably has a little bit of catching up to do in self-organizing around how to, I think to Karen's point, kind of cross-pollinate amongst best practices between programs, even within ACF, not to mention, we learned a couple years ago that we have a lot of kind of shared sisters with health centers in Head Start, so it's not just kind of internal to ACF, internal to HHS, internal to USG. I don't think we have a great mechanism for kind of compiling and sharing those best practices. That is, however, absolutely something that falls in this kind of TNTA, training technical assistance, mindset that we have. These problems have been solved by lots of smart recipients with support with people like you. I just don't think we have a good way of accessing and transferring that knowledge in ways that's kind of accessible and replicable. This is coming up particularly in state technology systems, where funding can be used from lots of different grants in different ways to support their own kind of technology solutions, oftentimes for large programs. And you find some states are really good at it and maybe other states aren't as, and the notion of being able to kind of create those collaborations, we've had some conversations with external parties, that seems like a really ripe space for kind of, innovation.
Yeah, that's a good point, Ben. And another sort of question that I think we'd be interested in some feedback and ideas on is some of that balance between we often, and some of the things that we do at the federal level are focused on improving our operations and our relationships with recipients. But for many of these kinds of examples, we also are aware of and hear from our recipient community that they struggle with some of the similar kinds of challenges for their operations in delivering services. So I think there's probably good opportunity, and we'd love to hear sort of ideas and suggestions on how we could do more to connect our recipient community when we hear that they are having problems with some of their operations. For example, to Karen's point about grants management challenges cut across federal programs. So how could we better connect organizations to services that they need in order to be successful that aren't really in kind of the federal wheelhouse to provide? I think we'd love to hear like ideas, suggestions, or things that we should consider as we kind of broach that for the future. I see it looks like someone has a question.
Thank you. My name is Neil Ghosh from MGR Professional Services. I'm not sure whether this is totally applicable to this panel, but I will say a few words based on what you do. I was CEO of SOS Children Villages USA for a long time, and of course other organizations where I work with creating jobs for young people. But one of the things I thought when I'm looking at the program, and I'm new to ACF, just to be clear on that, we invested a lot on mothers. So the SOS model where the kids are, the equivalency will be foster care in US. We spend the whole model is it's all over the world. We spend a lot of resources who we recruit as a mother who keeps the kids for 6, 7 kids at a home. So I think one investment I think should be done on the parent of the foster care who are taking care of the kids. Just a thought, because I traveled across the world and I spent a lot of time with mothers in Africa, Asia, Latin America, and I thought that's an investment worth spent. And the other thing I would say, where we invested a lot across the world, is what does happen to these kids when they grow up. So we invested a lot on making sure they have a job. So that's another thing we invested a lot across the world, so that they are self-sustainable and not go into the spiral of dependency all their life. So those are my 2 points. Thank you.
You know, this is not the perfect panel for some of those questions, but there will be coming up. The one thing I would say, and this was actually one of the topics we were going to cover if we had a little bit more time. Also, a few years ago, when we got the kind of bug to think about grants management differently, there was this kind of series of events which stimulated the innovation process for how should we be doing this differently, or how could we? We started asking the question, and first we asked around the kind of federal neighborhood. We said, what does great grants management look like? What is it to be just the best grants management organization in federal government? We didn't, I'm sure lots of people are very good at it. We didn't get a apparent answer to the question. You often hear things about awarding and amount of dollars awarded and all of these kind of quantitative metrics that express productivity, but not necessarily kind of quality and outcome of the grants process. We've got outcomes relative to Head Start performance or unaccompanied children program. So we started asking the question of folks in the kind of nonprofit private sector, how do they think about grants management? And we got a kind of variety of answers, but they boiled down to something like, we got into this to solve problems, not to manage grants. And while it doesn't seem like an incredibly mind-blowing concept, for us as federal grants managers, it shifts the paradigm. It makes you think about the problem that you're trying to solve differently. You're not just trying to solve the process equation. You're not trying to just make sure that you can sign this document at the end of the day saying, yes, there's no fraud, waste, or abuse. You're trying to figure out how to maximize the opportunity of these recipients by telling them the best ways to solve problems, how to get the most out of their money, how to solve some weird property problem before they get into a bad spot with their auditors. That to your, I think, point a little bit, or at least tangential, is how we're trying to think, but it is, at least for us, as a very big grants agency, a relatively new approach, and we're still, I think, trying to figure out how to harmonize all of the kind of legal, statutory, regulatory requirements with this notion of being forward-leaning, and finding that balance is what we're really trying to get to. And I got the hook from somebody, so maybe a last question or two, or we're happy to. Yes, please.
Hello, my name is Derek Collins with the Gifted Lit Foundation. My question is, would you consider creating grants for educational products that serve Head Start and TANF programs?
Yeah, it's a good question. To Latasha's point about how the grants get created, in many ways, some of what we fund comes from our statutory authorities, and you hear all of the offices talk about their program portfolios, but there is some opportunity to be creative, and offices try to do that when they plan what they're going to award projects for within some of their authorities. So that's a great question for our Head Start colleagues as they're planning grants about the content of what they are going to pay for projects for, and is probably the right connection with those folks as they're planning future awards. Do others have kind of thoughts, reactions?
All right, thank you.
Head Start is already childcare is coming in later today, I think.
Thanks. Mm-hmm.
Hello, I'm Christy Venable, CEO of Smile Therapy Services. We're a behavior health and wellness consulting firm. So I just wanted to give you a suggestion. You asked about kind of how could you bring resources together for the grant recipients that's outside of your wheelhouse. And so I'm thinking some type of portal of some sort, similar to what HHS, the small business unit, have done to bridge large primes and small businesses. So if we create maybe a portal where people who can assist the grant recipients on a number of things, and we put our information in there, and then you can provide that as a resource to where then they can reach out depending on what the area is and then what their need is, so that we can you can help them bridge that gap, and then we can support them with whatever it is that they are needing.
Thanks for that suggestion. I like the comparison to some of the relationship building that can happen in the contracts world. That's a great one. Thanks so much.
So for those who do not know, as they wrap up this panel, thank you all for taking the time to do this for us. As you guys may not know this, but the gentleman that's up on that panel to the left is the brainchild behind why GCS exists today. All right? And he also is the person that hired me. All right, and he doesn't ask for credit, and he doesn't do well with stage and attention. But based on everything you guys have been telling us this week, I really think he needed a minute to be acknowledged for having a vision and be willing to step out on the ledge and execute. So tell him that on his way out. So you guys have a good one.
I want to thank Mr. Goldhaber and the grants leadership team for the wealth of information. Now, let's welcome our first mission partner of the day, the Office of Community Services. Their initiatives are crucial to our community services building efforts. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Morning. I'm Madeline Solon, and I am the Associate Deputy Director for the Office of Community Services, or OCS. And my goal today is to make you all feel excited. I want you all to feel so excited about the Office of Community Services and the work that we do, that you are willing to put in the time, the effort, the hours, the painstaking, grueling process of putting together proposals. And I just want you to know that, believe me, I know how much work that is. And so I just wanted to start today by thanking those in the room and to our audience online. I just want to say thank you. Thank you for being here. Thank you for the time and attention that you're giving to us today. And I am so grateful for that and all the work that you do. Because truly, and Karen will back me up here, we could not do our work at the Office of Community Services, or OCS, without the support of our contractors. And so we're grateful for all of you. Okay, so how am I going to make you feel excited? All right, that's a challenge. I know it's kind of early in the morning, and we'll see how this goes. So my presentation today, I am going to tell you what our mission is, what our budget is, and what some of our key programs are. And I think that this is really important context for all of you to have, so you know what our office is all about. And then I'm going to turn it over to my colleague here, Karen Harris, who is the head of our procurement, and she's going to tell you about the specific ways that we use contracts at OCS, and she's going to tell you about some of our upcoming funding opportunities. Okay. So I know that I'm biased. I know that I'm very biased. But I want to say what a unique organization the Office of Community Services is. OCS, Office of Community Services. I'm going to keep repeating that so you remember it. OCS is different from other agencies or offices in ACF in that many of the places that you've heard today, they are managing one program, one or two main programs, and that's their kind of bread and butter. Well, OCS is different in that we have 6 main programs, and we have 3 demonstration programs. And so we have a lot going on right now, and the services that we have really run the gamut. We have supportive housing services. We are supporting medical legal partnerships. We have large block grants that go out to states and territories and tribes for social services. And our programs really do it all. So it is a really unique office. And I'm going to tell you about the programs in the hope that given all the different things that we do, something is going to pique your interest, and you all will be waiting with bated breath for when OCS funding opportunities come out. Okay, well, maybe I won't push my luck, but I really do hope that you'll feel excited as I am, as Karen is, and everyone at OCS, and we have some other staff in the audience. We all are very passionate about our work, and we really look for partners who share that same passion. Okay, so let me summarize what OCS does. So OCS partners with states, territories, tribes, and community agencies to eliminate the cause and consequences of poverty. What a big task. We are trying to eliminate the cause and consequences of poverty. And as I mentioned, we've got 6 primary programs, 3 demonstration programs. In FY23, we released $8.6 billion, and our services help tens of millions of individuals and families each year. So it's pretty exciting work. We have 4 clear priorities that are reflected in everything that OCS does, including in our NOFOs. They're very important to us, and we like to partner with organizations that share these priorities. So the first, and probably the most importantly, is that we want to administer high-quality programs that reach the most vulnerable individuals in our country. And we want to serve those individuals with excellence. The second, and this is one that we've done a lot of interesting work on, is we are focused on lifting up voices from the field to really help show some of our programs and get the word out and be able to listen to the clients who receive our services. So we, over the past couple of years, have used contracts with different video production organizations to produce videos that actually go and interview clients that are receiving our services and hear from their own voice. Has this program helped you? Has it made a difference? Or we use this to lift up some of the recipients of our funding so that they have a way of sharing the work that they're doing. So we're trying to lift up voices from the field. We also are focused on breaking down silos. This is something people talk a lot about, but that's because it is so important. You know, when a family needs assistance, they're not thinking, oh, I'm going to go get this funding that comes from this office and this other funding that comes from this other office, and this agency does that and this other agency does this other thing. No, it doesn't work that way. And we really want to think about the whole family, a whole family approach, and so that we're partnering with our other offices in ACF and other offices across the government to really think about how do we provide those wraparound services that families need and are looking for. And then the last thing I'll say is that OCS is focused on advancing the priorities of the Biden administration. And our amazing leader, Dr. Laniqua Howard, she has really helped and positioned OCS to be a primary source of support for key initiatives. So I won't name them all, but I'll just say, for example, OCS has a lot of different programs that are a part of the Biden administration's climate strategy. So there are our priorities. Again, very important. And now I'm going to tell you about some of our programs. And I'll just start by acknowledging, we have a lot of different programs, and so I do not want this to sound like a laundry list, but I do want to share all the work that we do in the hopes that, again, you'll hear something here today that really inspires you, motivates you, makes you think, hey, I want to be part of that work. So I'm going to start with our large block grant programs. We have the social services block grant. Oh, and let me just say, you don't need to take pictures. I think those slides will be sent around. Each of these will have links to the program pages, and I highly encourage you to check out each program page. You'll see a lot of information, and then you can also see the spotlight videos I was talking about before that do an even better job than I can of really showing what our programs are all about. So please use those links. But to give a bit of an overview, we have the Social Services Block Grant Program, or SSBG. And SSBG is a flexible funding source that allows states to provide essential social services. So these again, it's very flexible, but to give some examples, they're supporting programs that promote self-sufficiency or protect adults and children from neglect or abuse. And they help individuals who might not be able to help themselves. Next, we have the Community Services Block Grant, which is CSBG. And that program provides funding to states, territories, and tribes to support services that, again, alleviate the causes and conditions of poverty. And CSBG funds over 1,000 local community action agencies. And these are incredible organizations, and each one of them has different programs and services they administer. And each one, they provide a number of different services that really run the gamut. So the community action agencies might provide housing assistance, nutrition assistance. They might fund utility or transportation assistance. They do employment, education, and other income and asset building services. And they also do crisis and emergency services when there is a disaster. So each of these organizations is truly amazing, over 1,000 of them, and they do a lot of important work across the country. Next, I'm going to talk about the Low Income Home Energy Assistance Program, or LIHEAP. LIHEAP, the Low Income Home Energy Assistance Program, assists families with energy costs, including providing assistance to reduce the costs associated with home energy bills, energy crises, weatherization, and minor energy-related home repairs. We also have the Low Income Household Water Assistance Program, and this program actually just ended this past year. But the LIWAP program provides funds to assist households with low income with their water and their wastewater bills. Okay, now I'm going to go to the last two. Next up is the Community Economic Development Program, or CED. The CED program funds community development corporations that address the economic needs of individuals and families with low income through the creation of sustainable business development and employment opportunities. And it's an incredible program that really supports those business owners and creates jobs. And then lastly, we have the Rural Community Development Program, or RCD. And RCD works with regional and tribal organizations to manage safe water systems in rural communities. So these funds are used to provide training and technical assistance to increase access to water supply and waste disposal services. They preserve affordable water and waste disposal services, increase local capacity and expertise to establish and maintain highly critically needed community facilities, and they increase economic opportunities for low-income rural communities by ensuring they have basic water and sanitation. So again, hopefully you can see just the range of different programs that OCS covers. We have a lot going on, and they're critical programs for the infrastructure of our country and for supporting communities throughout the United States. So we're very, very proud of our work, and we're really excited about it. So next, I am going to share some of the programs that we've launched over the past couple years. And these are our demonstration programs. And this is an amazing opportunity to try something new. We are trying something new with each of these programs, and then we are doing our due diligence to collect the information, collect data, and research and evaluate the success of each of these. And I'm not sure if we have anyone from our partners at OPRE, but I just want to thank them for partnering with us on some of these and their support. So we have the Diaper Distribution Demonstration and Research Pilot. Oh my goodness, the need for diapers. I have 2 young kids at home. Does anyone else have children, young kids out there? Yep. And raise your hand if you know how expensive diapers are. That's right, that's right. Kids go through a remarkable number of diapers. And it's the truth. And we are so excited about this diaper distribution program. We know that 1 in 3 families in the United States do not have enough diapers and face stress and pressure around affording diapers. And we know that diaper support has been found to reduce economic stress, increase workforce participation, increase family income, and obviously improve child and caretakers' health and well-being. If you don't have diapers, you can't get your children into childcare, and so it's critical. We are really excited about this program. We have 21 grant recipients, including 3 tribal organizations that are serving families across the country. We also have the Affordable Housing and Supportive Services Demonstration Program, and this was launched in 2023, and it provides funding to owners of affordable housing. And the goal is that through this funding, they're offering wraparound services at those properties to support those families. And our recipients are supporting things like after-school programs for children and teenagers, education opportunities for youth and adults, mental health or addiction treatment on site, and self-sufficiency resources. So it's really an exciting program. And then last, but certainly not least, we have our Medical Legal Partnership Plus program. This was also launched in 2023, so it's pretty new. But it is the first ever federally funded demonstration program that's focused on medical legal partnerships And I'm recognizing today I'm at NIH conference, the conference center, and it's so important, these medical legal partnerships. They help increase the capacity to serve vulnerable families by providing comprehensive legal services and wraparound social services to families with low incomes to address the root causes of health inequities, which is so critical. So I know I've gone through this list pretty quickly. I've given you a lot of information, but I hope that among one of these programs, something has sparked your interest. And I hope that I've accomplished my goal of making you maybe a little bit more aware, hopefully more excited about the work that the Office of Community Services does. And I really look forward to seeing your potential proposals. So now I'm going to turn it over to my colleague, Karen Harris, to talk through some of the specific ways that we use contracts and some of our upcoming funding opportunities.
Thank you. Thank you. I don't know if the mic is on. There we go. Thank you. Maddie? Well, all right. We'll get to the meat and bones of why you all are here. So we're going to talk about the contracts that are actually, that we actually have in OCS. And next slide, please. Thank you. So I want to talk, first I want to say, well, Maddie said she's biased to OCS. I can say I'm very biased to OCS. Also, so much so that I spent my whole 23-year career in OCS. So I've been there. I am very biased also about our programs and how they serve the low-income communities and tribal communities. So I too am biased. Just want to put that out there. And now I want to give you some information about actually the work that we do in OCS for contracts. And these are the key places where we use contractors, and they help us support the mission in OCS. Panel reviews. So for panel reviews, which involves the management of grant reviews, paneling, awarding grants, that our last panel talked about so graciously. Last year we awarded our first panel review IDIQ. So we have a panel review IDIQ. It's a 3-year contract, and it was awarded to a small business. We also can use contractors, we do use contractors across all of our programs for training and technical assistance. This training and technical assistance support our grantees, the communities, and our staff. Social service specialists, those are specialists that work in our block grants program as well as our CED programs. All of our program specialists are really social service program specialists. So contractors provide us support by supplying that staff, those staff with those special skills. Last year, or maybe the year after Dr. Howard came to our office, we developed our data team. They're rocking. They are putting together all kind of data, pulling together data, doing us great GIS visualization websites. We had them do a presentation for a website where they put all of our block grant information into a website or interactive website where you can go and choose what services you need and where to find them in your community. So our data team is really rocking right now. And for staff augmentation, that's across the whole OCS. We have several contracts right now, and we have staff in each one. So we're trying to get away from that, but right now we have staff augmented all across, contract staff augmented all across our OCS programs. They could be working on training, technical assistance. They could be social service program specialists. They could be data folks or other folks in our office. We have policy people, advisors, big array of staff augmentation. Next slide, please. All right, so I have two slides here that actually show you which contracts we actually have currently in LCS right now. So you can see across all of our programs, I think each one has at least two, some more than others. And currently we have 14 contracts, active contracts in LCS. 80% of those contracts have been awarded to small businesses. I don't want to go over the whole chart, and I'm not going to do that, but I want to draw your attention to those contracts highlighted in yellow. Those contracts highlighted in yellow are contracts that we're actively working on procuring this year. The CSBG Tribal Technical Assistance Contract is a contract that focuses specifically on tribal grantees, their communities, and their partners. It could be training, technical assistance, or anything that a tribal organization may be requiring for their organization or their grants, their block grants. Our LAHI Support Services supports the services and material for LAHI grantees. They support our grantees as well as they support our staff. And they support our call center that our LAHI division manages. And the third one is that staffing support contract that we're vigorously working on now, trying to procure a staffing contract that will encompass all the staffing we need so we can pull some staffing out of those other contracts and just have one centralized contract for staffing. So all of these contracts we are working on procuring now. They will be awarded in 2024. But stay tuned. Next year, 2025, we have about 5 or 6 contracts that will be coming up for renewal that we will be working on procurement for. So I think that's it that we have, and you have our contact information for Maddie and myself, and for any questions that you might have regarding the OCS contracts. And thank you for having us.
Thank you. And we'll take a couple questions.
They asked her to go back a slide so they can see the chart, I believe. These will be sent out next week.
Okay.
So do we just open up for questions? Anyone?
Any questions? Or please, please, please feel free to reach out to us. Yeah, please.
Hi, Anthony with 3-Star. We operate the National SAMHSA Tribal TTA Center. On the contracts that were awarded, what % are you using GSA for versus other vehicles, contract vehicles?
Which % are using what?
Like generally speaking, is it majority GSA or what?
They're all GSA.
GSA.
At this point, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Well, again, we just want to thank you for being here. Thank you for the work that you do. And remember, the Office of Community Services. We've got a lot going on, and we really are looking for fantastic organizations to partner with. So, yeah, please check us out and stay tuned for our upcoming funding opportunities. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Let's give OCS another round of applause. Oh, we don't need a break. Okay, awesome. So, all right, awesome. So we're going to welcome our next mission partner, the Family and Youth Services Bureau. They play a critical role in supporting families and young people, and we are going to play a short. Yep, absolutely. You may come.
Thank you. Actually, can you hold the video, please? Thank you. I wanted to cue it up for excitement. The room is a little quiet, and I feel like we need some energy in here. Well, good morning to everyone. My name is Chris Holloway. I am with the Family and Youth Services Bureau. Real quickly, I want to give you some context to our office. All of the other program offices that you'll hear from or you've heard from thus far, the name is fairly reflective of the work that office does. So, Office of Community Services, you can draw some conclusions about the work that OCS does. Office of Head Start, Office of Child Care, Refugee Resettlement, all somewhat indicative of the nature of the work that those offices are involved in. Family and Youth Services Bureau is a little odd for a variety of reasons, not least of which is that we're nested under a sub-agency in ACF. So there's the Administration for Children and Families, and we're part of the Administration for Children, Youth, and Families, because we've got to call youth out under a separate heading. And then our sister bureau, who you'll hear from a little later on today, is the Children's Bureau that deals primarily with foster care and child welfare. Again, fairly self-explanatory what the Children's Bureau does. FISBI is not self-explanatory. We have two somewhat disparate programs that we operate. One is the Adolescent Pregnancy Prevention Program. The other is the Runaway and Homeless Youth Program. There's some Venn diagram overlap there because we obviously focus on youth and young people. But generally speaking, our missions are very different. Full stop. Bottom line up front, I'm going to talk about 3 contract opportunities that will be forthcoming in the next 6 to 12 months. So hopefully that piques your curiosity for those of you on lookout for a procurement opportunity, 2 of which are going to be with our Adolescent Pregnancy Prevention Division, and 1 is with the Runaway and Homeless Youth Program. My colleague, who was unable to be here today, prepared less than a 5-minute video to walk through the Adolescent Pregnancy Prevention Program, and then I'm going to just take a few minutes to talk about Runaway and Homeless Youth, or RHY as we call it more commonly. So please go ahead and run the video, and then I'll be back with you in less than 5 minutes to talk about RHY.
Good morning. My name is Katie Derrick. I'm a program manager within the Division of Positive Youth Development. I'm going to take a few brief moments to share with you an overview of the Adolescent Pregnancy Prevention Program and some information on 2 upcoming contracts that we will be soliciting in 2025. So this organizational chart just provides some reference to where the Division of Positive Youth Development falls within the Administration for Children and Families. We work alongside the Division of Runaway and Homeless Youth and the Division of Data Performance and Policy to make up the Family Youth Services Bureau. So as I said, the Division of Positive Youth Development has 1 main program, which is the Adolescent Pregnancy Prevention Program. This program provides grants to states, community organizations, and tribal entities in order to prevent adolescent pregnancy prevention, the spread of sexually transmitted diseases, and other risky behaviors among adolescents. Our grantees achieve this through engagement, empowerment, and holistic education. So within the Adolescent Pregnancy Prevention Program, we have 2 main funding streams. The first is the Personal Responsibility Education Program. This program provides education to adolescents on adulthood preparation subjects, as well as contraceptives and abstinence. The grants that fall within this program are the State and Competitive Personal Responsibility Education Program grants, the Tribal Personal Responsibility Education Program grants, and the Personal Responsibility Education Innovative Strategies Program grants. Our second funding stream is the Sexual Risk Avoidance Education Program. These grants encourage adolescents to refrain from non-marital sexual activity, and the grants that fall within this program are the General Departmental SRAE grants, the state and competitive SRAE grants. So as I said, we anticipate having 2 upcoming contracts that we will solicit in 2025. Both of these contracts are training and technical assistance contracts. As you can see, I have an overview here of both of the TNTA contracts. So the first, the SRAE TNTA contract, we anticipate soliciting in early 2025. This acquisition provides training and technical assistance services to our SRAE grantees. This includes providing training and resources to enhance the quality of services, knowledge dissemination and TA on the latest developments in sexual risk avoidance education, and individual and small group TA to ensure successful implementation and evaluation. The second solicitation or acquisition that we will be competing in 2025 is the Adolescent Pregnancy Prevention TNTA contract. This contract is slightly different than the one that I mentioned above for SRAE grantees because it does administer 2 web-based systems that manage our TNTA resources. This solicitation or acquisition also provides support for our annual grantee conference. And as you see on this bottom line, we anticipate soliciting this contract in late summer or early fall of 2025. If you have any follow-up questions, please feel free to email me. My email address is listed here, and I thank you for your time.
All right. So I'll take just a few minutes and talk about Runaway and Homeless Youth Program. Obviously, you saw the small organizational chart that was in Katie's PowerPoint in her video. Next slide, please. I'm looking for some reference here on the podium, but I don't see it, so I'll have to turn away from the audience. I apologize. So the Runaway and Homeless Youth Program is the only federally funded initiative that specifically focuses on resources for youth and young adults who are at risk of or who are experiencing homelessness. And we do that in 2 ways. Not only do we provide access to shelter, but we provide access and prioritize services that accompany those shelter programs. Some of you may be familiar with HUD and the SNAP office that does the continuum of care. Their definition of youth is very broad, and oftentimes they're only providing services related to access to beds. There's a housing first model, which means their priority is putting somebody into a bed. Our program doesn't prioritize beds over services, and that really is what draws the distinction between the efforts that we manage and what HUD manages. The other significant difference is they get about 5 more zeros behind their annual appropriation than we do. So maybe they're doing something differently and better, and we're not getting the money that we need to serve young people. But that's for a different conversation. The one thing that we do pride ourselves on is using the money that we do make available for local community-based organizations to leverage other resources. So out of $140 million annual appropriation, we make somewhere in the neighborhood of 650 different grant awards each year, which only behind Head Start at ACF That's the largest number of discretionary grant awards made in ACF. It's a fundamental amount of work. We're managing 330 different organizations across the staff of some 20 to 25 spread across the country. But what we have is really an incredible niche of organizations whose focus is young people and serving young people, not just putting them into a bed and then hoping that they avoid further instances of homelessness. Next slide, please. So how do we do it? We fund 4 primary programs in RHY. And this slide is a little out of sequence in terms of the pathway. So I'll start with the street outreach program. This is, as the name suggests, we're engaging young people on the streets primarily to help them avoid instances of victimization, most notably sexual victimization and human trafficking. So these are teams of individuals who are walking through communities, malls. You think of large downtown areas where there might be a place where young people congregate. They're engaging those young people, trying to determine whether or not they are in fact in a safe, stable, and healthy environment. If they're living on the street or if they're living in an unsafe circumstance, the next step is to encourage them to take advantage of an assessment, to talk to one of those street outreach workers to determine what's the next best step for you. Are you safe here? Are you finding yourself having to live in a cardboard box behind a storefront? Or is there some place that we can help you get to so you can avoid victimization, most notably human trafficking and sexual exploitation? From there, the street outreach work can segue into one of 2 different paths, particularly for younger youth. Those of these under age of 18, we try to get them into our Basic Center program, which is a short-term emergency shelter intended for less than 21 days, really for the purpose of stabilizing, making a quick determination as to what the next best option is. Hopefully it's going back home, but in some instances that is not appropriate because home is why it is that they left in the first place, and it's not a safe environment. Perhaps there's conflict, perhaps there's abuse. Could be any number of reasons why it is that they've decided to leave. And as a result, this Basic Center program, these emergency shelters, for which we fund nearly 250 of them across the country, gives that young person a respite, a place to find some sanctuary, figure out what their next step is, and then make an informed decision about where they go from there. If home is not an option, perhaps they can go to a family friend. If that's not an option, then they work with the staff at that emergency shelter to determine what other placements are available. And then that segues into the final 2, which is the Transitional Living Program and Maternity Group Homes. These are essentially the same program, but the Maternity Group Home is specifically designed for pregnant and parenting youth. And it could be both mothers and fathers. We don't separate the MGH access only to young mothers and their dependent children. But it's a longer-term shelter for older youth, typically between the ages of 16 up to 22. We're talking 18 months to 2 years potentially. And during that shelter time, and it could be through an apartment process, it could be in a traditional shelter environment, like most of us would visualize as a shelter. They're given not only the bed, but they're also required to receive an entire continuum of services. And this goes back to the comment I made a second ago about the difference between HUD and RHY. We're required, our shelters are required to deliver services around medical and mental health, job placement, education, financial literacy, things that a young person needs in order to be self-sustainable once they exit the program. They're also required, if it's a maternity group home initiative, to provide child care, parental education, prenatal and early childhood medical attention if those are necessary. Again, the goal here is after 18 to 24 months that young person is able to segue into some level of self-stability, self-sustainability as they exit the program. So these are the 4 primary funding areas. And if you go ahead and go to the next slide, please. Next slide. Very quick chart. The bottom one is the one that I had mentioned up front, that we will have an opportunity in 2024, 2025. We're still working through the process. But with 650 grants and a large community of youth-serving organizations that we reach each year, we have a grant review contract, which my OCS colleague mentioned earlier, is something that they're involved in. That one was just actually awarded a couple of weeks ago. On Monday. I apologize. Peer monitoring support, because we're required to monitor 1/3 of our 650 grants each year. It's a massive undertaking to get our staff across the country. And so we do a couple of different things to support them, one of which is that we hire professionals who work in the runaway and homeless youth field to accompany them on the site visits so that there's a second set of eyes. And you imagine that with 650 grants, 350 organizations, some of those organizations may receive 5, 6 different grants, all under the titles that I had just showed you a moment ago. And this team will then go out and conduct the visits across those 5 or 6 different grants. And so that's what the peer monitoring logistics support contract supports. RHY Communications, we actually just finished yesterday our technical review process, and we'll probably be making an award for that contract in the coming weeks. But then the last one, and just by a quick show of hands, and I know I'm at time, who in the room is familiar with HMIS at HUD? A couple of tentative hands. I see somebody I know there in the audience. HUD is the significant leader in this space, and they require all of the continuums of care, the 400 or so across the country that they give money to support homelessness initiatives. They're required to collect data. We have piggybacked on that data collection process with a separate but equal runaway and homeless youth homeless management information system. And it is a data collection system that we bring in information from those 650 grants on a quarterly upload, and then again on an annual basis. We do data analysis. We have a dashboard that we support where you can visualize the information. That contract is coming up, and we're looking to identify through the procurement process a vendor, a new contract in order to support those initiatives. So those are our 4 primary contracts. I'm not going to go through the next 3 or 4 slides. They basically just give bullet points for each one of these contracts that I have up there, but I know this will be available to you, and you can take a look at the more detailed information specifically around RIMUS, as we call it, at your leisure. So real quick, any questions before they kick me off the stage? I did a phenomenal job of covering everything. Perfect. All right. Thank you so much for your time this morning.
Okay, we've had the opportunity to hear from our grants leadership team, the Office of Community Services, and the Family and Youth Services Bureau. So before we jump into the GCS policy session, we're going to take a quick 5-minute break, okay? We'll see you back here in 5 minutes.
Hey, good morning, everyone, and thank you for joining us for today's Policy Matters panel. My name is Margarita Compton, and I will be the moderator. And I'm excited to have Ms. Donna Griffith, Ms. Larisse Sosa, and Ms. Latoya Miller joining us today. I'll let each of them introduce themselves.
Good morning, everyone. I am Latoya Miller, and I am a Senior Program Integrator on our Program Services Division under GCS.
Good morning. And to address the elephant in the room, I am 6'3", 6'7" in heels. So special thanks and special shout out to my 3 boys. I've been away for 11 days. So this is live streaming. So special shout out to Nelson, Xavier, and Roman. Mommy's coming home today. So Director of the Program Service Division, and happy to be here.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Donna Griffith. I am the Acting Director of the Acquisition Policy Oversight and Administration Division. These lovely ladies are under the policy umbrella. So in addition to program integration, we have policy, compliance, contract administration and training, process improvement, COR auditing. So we have a big umbrella of things that we work on, and we are going to try not to bore you up here today talking about policy. So we'll try and keep it interesting for you, and we look forward to the conversation.
Okay, before I get started, how many of you are familiar with the NDAA? How many have actually read all 3,000 plus pages of it? Yeah, neither have I. But I do know where to go when I need to find the important stuff. So besides the fact that Mr. Wesley actually put it up on a slide on the first day, NDAA stands for National Defense Authorization Act. Health and Human Services, Administration of Children and Families is not defense. So why do all federal contractors need to be familiar with it?
Pretty much in a nutshell, follow the money. It has some indirect implications that you all need to be familiar with. And if you don't want to read the 3,000 pages, because it's a lot, you can also look up the summaries that kind of speaks to each of the sections and how it kind of affects kind of the non-defense related activities. So pay particular interest into Section 800. If you don't read anything else, read Section 800. It's going to kind of guide you through and specifically, it's the acquisition policy, acquisition management, and related matters section. It's going to kind of give you some left and right limits that you should be aware of, even if you are not a defense contractor. So,
does anyone in the audience remember what sections Mr. Wesley pointed out on day one that we should be paying attention to? It's crickets. No? Anyone want to throw them a lifeline? No? Okay, we'll start with Section 862. Payment of subcontractors is really important for everyone to pay attention to. Let's see, 863 was important, increase in government-wide goals for participation by federal contractors. I think there was two more. Okay.
864.
Thank you.
Eliminating self-certification for service-disabled, veteran-owned small businesses.
Mm-hmm. And I think 865 was one of them as well.
But another thing that, I found particularly interesting is conflict of interests. So when you are, there's a portion in it that speaks to, I'm not going to directly quote it, but it speaks to, like, if you are doing business, like we have a lot of programs that are international. But if you do do contracting or have a partner that is not an ally of the United States, it speaks to, if it's 5 years, then you might be excluded unless you get a waiver. So it's these types of things that you want to look for in the 800 section that might kind of prohibit you from doing business with the government. So we want to make sure that you pay particular close attention to those.
Thank you. And since this is something that comes out every year, we know that changes are constantly being made. So what are some of the changes that were made between FY23 and FY24?
So we spoke to it when we talked about the different ones that Mr. Wesley had discussed. So like for the service disabled veteran-owned businesses, the increase from 3% to 5%. For Section 864, we speak to you no longer can self-certify. You have to get certified through the SBA. They're trying to phase some of those things out. For Section 862, if a prime is delinquent in paying their sub over 30 days, they can contract a contracting officer to interact and figure out kind of what those payment issues are. So those are a couple things that we want to make sure that you guys are looking at specifically.
I would also say that some of the other areas that have changed or enhanced is in the area of cybersecurity and strategic capabilities. as well as it has offered some clarity and specification in the areas of AI and data management. And in that space, it establishes a chief digital and artificial intelligence officer to manage DoD assets, but we also like to pay attention to what's happening first in DoD. As we see, the NDAA does still apply to HHS and our contracts. A lot of times, the temperature in the room and the environment is often set by changes or roles that are established first within DoD that we also like to pay attention to. And so as you are working in the space of supporting HHS, even if you see something that does apply to DoD, I would say pay attention to those roles and into that skill set, and that will also, be something that you can look forward to in future out years.
And just to add, excuse me, a little bit more. So some of the ACF programs that are not DoD, but support military families that you might want to pay or be playing in that particular area. So we have the Child Care Development Centers and Head Start programs, speaks to that, child welfare and protection, disaster response and recovery, prevention of human trafficking, as well as promoting economic stability like the TANF programs.
And I will say the TANF programs actually get a very large chunk of ACF money. I don't know if you guys saw the budget snapshot that Mr. Goldhaber put up, but I think it was almost 50% or so. If I might be misstating the percentage, but a very large piece of that pie goes to TANF programs.
So the NDAA encompasses both appropriations and authorizations. Regarding appropriation, what are some of the options to the acquisition offices when a contract does not receive full funding?
So it's either a reprioritization or requesting additional funds. It's really subject to availability of funds on contracts that HHS does. So it's either we can get the programs the priorities shifted, or they can ask for additional funding.
And I would also add that as industry and as our supporters in the subject matter expertise, what matters to you? And so in that case, your contract terms and conditions, as well as the funding on your contract line items, is what guides the level of effort and the amount of time or effort that you can put into your task. And so when you're looking at clauses like subject to availability of funds and other agencies, of course, DoD has incremental funding. Outside of the FAR for contract and cost reimbursable type contracts, HHS does not have additional incrementing funding authorization. And so as you read your terms and conditions through your contracts, we'll talk about some flow downs to your subcontracting if you're in the subcontracting space. Just pay attention to your terms and conditions and your specific requirement and the agency that you serve.
That's really good feedback. Just pay attention to what's there, because GCS isn't incrementally funding our contracts at this time.
Okay, and so show of hands, how many of you have used subcontractors or been a subcontractor on a federal program? Lots of hands. All right, so this next part should interest you guys. So in larger acquisitions, the use of subcontracting is anticipated. How would a prime determine exactly what needs to be flowed down into their subcontractors or subcontracts?
I would say that the FAR generally tells you what is the mandatory flow down, so you'll want to read the clause very closely. So subcontracts are covered in Part 44, and I promised I wasn't going to start citing the FAR for everybody. But if you want to pay attention to Part 44, and then there are clauses 52-244, and it'll walk you through what needs to be flowed down, and it tells you very explicitly, and then it'll tell you need to read if it's applicable or not. So the FAR will give you what's a mandatory flow down, and then if it's applicable, you would be expected to flow it down, and then as part of our contract admin, we would be checking to make sure that you've done that part properly.
So would it be acceptable for a prime just to flow everything down to their subcontractor?
I would say I highly discourage that. It's not appropriate, and it is frowned upon. You don't want to kitchen sink your all of your clauses in your subcontracts. I would say that it would be a really good idea to read it, make sure that if it's mandatory and it's applicable, then you include it. But you don't want to be overly burdensome in your subcontracts by creating a lot of words and extra information that's not applicable to what you're doing and the primary requirement.
Yeah, we want to make sure that you are deliberate and intentional on what is flowed down. It needs to make sense when you are, flowing any clauses down to your subs.
I would also add that between prime and subcontractor relationships and the ultimate relationship to the government has no privity of contracts or direct relationship or tie to your subs. And so as the government, when we push out requirements and you are awarded a requirement as a prime, we are taking your combined effort and your proposed strategy to offer that mission solution as a whole from your level of expertise. Your teaming arrangements, your subcontractors, your consultants, your other administrative roles and responsibilities that you have to support your entire team for that mission or for that contract action, we see as one entity as you. And so when you're talking about flow downs, when you are instilling contract performance standards to your subs, we are expecting that to be a leadership or prime level decision. In the areas where it's mandatory, we absolutely want you to enforce that, and the FAR regulates that you shall include these terms and conditions into your sub-relationships. However, when it's discretionary and when it makes a good business or management approach decision, and it helps you to offer a consolidated and a concise solution to the government when we're asking for your contract support, that is when we want you to step up and make that executive and that business decision of what to flow down to your subs.
So those were really, really great answers. So being on the industry side, prior to my job here, one of the things that we were part of are CPSRs. Has anybody been a part of a CPSR? A contractor purchasing system review. So as you grow, that is one of the things that may become mandatory. So a government entity may come down and go, okay, we want to review your system. And so one of the things that they are going to look at is how you guys subcontract and what you flow down. So like Ms. Griffith said, that it is frowned upon to put everything in the subcontract. That's one of the things that they are going to ding you on. So as you are growing your company and looking to go into other federal spaces, there is a handbook out there that will kind of walk through what the CPSR is going to review. And so I would highly encourage you guys to check that out. But in regards to, just clauses and reporting, there are a lot of clauses that do require reporting and such. And so what are your observations when it comes to that? Are are folks reporting as they should? Are they reporting correctly?
Oh, sorry about that. I will say that we have seen some concern in some areas. I know one that is fairly new is the bite dance one, so TikTok, all of that. That is something that you guys want to make sure that you are flowing that down, and I think there's some others that for sure, but that is definitely one of them you want to make sure you don't miss.
Absolutely. Within government, as you are proposing contracts, you have the clauses. A lot of those clauses, as the contracting officers panel mentioned the other day, sometimes have fillables, and some do require prime contractor and subcontractor reporting responsibilities. How we monitor and administer to make sure that those are fulfilled is through various supporting systems, like our policy and compliance group. Small business does have a lot of areas like they mentioned ESRS before, as well as in the policy team, we look at data calls. And so when our higher entities are looking at the things that we are or not compliant with, it flows down to they're going to come and inquire with us, and then we have to pull our contracts to see if the reporting has taken place. And so this list that I can read to you are some of the common clauses and areas where there's been a lot of data calls, which likely means that there's been a lot of areas where some of the clauses or the responsibilities may have not been completely fulfilled. And so a couple of those areas that have generated a lot of data calls within contract administration and the clauses are 42-1204, the applicability of novation agreements, where the contractor asks the government to recognize a successor in interest. That is not automatic, but documents are required. 52-204-13, the system for award maintenance. 52-204-27, prohibition on bite dance, as Ms. Griffith mentioned. 52-209-11, the representation by corporations regarding delinquent tax liability or a felony conviction under any federal law. The contract is flagged by the FSD for the delinquent debt. And so 52-225-2, the Buy American certificate, the requirement for domestic supplies and reporting. 52-203-17, contractor employee whistleblower rights, which inform employees about writing and protections of crimes, and they do flow down actually to those subcontractors. 52-222-50, combating traffic in persons. Some of those clauses are key areas that have generated a lot of data calls, and some other key areas I would pay attention to when it comes to prime and sub-relationships and or clauses where there are some contract reporting responsibilities is the requirements in key personnel clauses that you may find in your contracts. In government furnished equipment, it may have some logistics, some management, and or some reporting requirements, and any contracts where you have higher tiered clearances and background checks. Those often require your trainings and come with annual renewals a lot of times. Over.
And I hope you wrote all of those FAR clauses down because there will be a test later. Well, I think that is all we have for now. Now I'll open it up to the floor for any questions.
Guess we did that good, huh?
I think so.
Well, I will add, while we are waiting for anyone that needs to get up for questions, a lot of times in government and contracts, we don't operate in silos. As you see, our policy team supports our contracting officers. Our contracting officers award the contracts for our mission partners, and our mission partners have requirements, and you support us. And so all of these work together. And so there are some key roles of leadership in ACF, leadership in our GCS contracting office, as well as within regulation that you should know about. So I know you've heard from contracting officers. You probably know about contracting officer representatives that you deal with. So some other common roles would be your competition advocate, which is actually Mr. Patrick Joy, who's standing right here, monitoring our online Q&A. And, the FAR regulates that role of a competition advocate. Our HHS competition advocate as a department is Ms. Jennifer Johnson. And so in the role of competition advocate and task order and delivery order ombudsman, that is another role that you should know about that is a part of the contract team for your support. And Mr. Joy, I'll turn it back to you.
Yep, we have one question. As a small business, how can we best represent our work on HHS grant-funded projects in a capabilities briefing, source of sought RFI? Is this considered past performance? Is it considered differently than work on contracts? Tricky one.
I feel like that's a word problem. There's a three-part question there, so I want to make sure we don't miss anything. What I heard was, as a small business who has done grant work, how can you represent or portray your past performance to ACF contract opportunities? Or in industry or capability briefings. One of the things, we've done about 40 industry engagements, I think, since our last APBI. So GCS is really interested in growing our industrial base and making sure that we are taking the time and spending time with the contractors that are out there that we're not currently doing business with. But one of the key takeaways that I constantly hear our leaders providing feedback to the other businesses is make sure that when you come into that meeting that you understand how what you do can help the ACF program offices. Make that connection beforehand so that when you get in the room, you're prepared to talk about that. So I know you heard some people talk earlier about how your generic capability briefings, they're nice and they're fluffy and they are marketing, but we are trying to move very quickly to address a lot of problems, and it helps us make decisions faster if you show up with how you can help us help all of the program offices straight in the door. So that's the first part of it. Did you have something you wanted to add there? Sorry.
Sure, and just to add on to what Ms. Griffith said, and I know in following the spirit of Mr. Wesley, if on day 2 you were here, I know a lot of people raised their hands for being here all 3 days, which we want to see your faces in this place. On day 2, you also had a briefing and a director's roundtable with the OSDBU, Mr. Shannon Jackson. In that group, a great way for small businesses to show your capabilities, have networking opportunities, is to partner and reach out and communicate with our OSDBU and our small business office within HHS, as well as when you do capability statements. You also heard from our contracting officers panel that they are looking for you to tailor your capabilities and what you respond back to when it comes to RFIs or sources sought. They want to know that you have answered for that particular requirement. And so that is something also as a way to mitigate and also increase your likelihood of having your information seen and understood.
And just to add on to that as well, take it as if you're applying for a job. You have a generic resume. You don't want to give your generic resume to every opportunity that you are applying for. You want to make sure that you are tailoring that opportunity to whichever job that you are applying with, looking at those key performance parameters and making sure that you are definitely highlighting those things. We've seen where you can have an awesome capability statement, but it might not hit the key components that are identified. So really try to take the time to tailor your capability to whatever opportunity that you're going for. You know, when I talk to people that I mentor, it's the same thing. It's you have a resume, you need to touch it again before you put in for an opportunity, to make sure that you're identifying those key takeaways to kind of set you apart from the people who aren't doing those things. So that's just something to think about when you're applying for different opportunities, different RFIs.
One thing that I'll add, I'm sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say, and shameless plug, also one resource to look at is that our ACF GCS contracting office has a public-facing website or SharePoint on our hhs.gov and our acf.gov site. And so if you're looking to do business with GCS, if you are looking to how to inquire how to contact us, our information of how to contact us is there. Our links, quick links to sam.gov where we post information is there. It also gives you, there's an entire clicking section of how to do business or how to engage with GCS. And so as you're looking and preparing to do business with us for the first time, or you are looking to just figure out who are the people to contact, our public-facing GCS page would be a great start for your resources.
So I think we've given you some pretty good feedback all the way up until solicitation, right? But part of that question was, what do I do if I'm responding to a solicitation and I have grants experience? I will say that if you are responding to a solicitation, I think you heard our CEOs yesterday tell you, please follow the instructions that are in the solicitation. So if the solicitation asks you for your experience in performing contract work, I think that that's a good opportunity to use the Q&A period to say, hey, what about me? I've done grants work, and I feel like it's directly related to this requirement. I want to be responsive here and see if the CEO would be willing to tweak the wording of it. Sometimes we're not robots, but sometimes we do get in the habit of asking for things a certain way, and sometimes it doesn't work out for everyone, and so we want to make sure that we're creating opportunities for everyone who deserves to be in the space. And so if you think that something's a little restrictive, I think it's a good opportunity to use the Q&A period to ask the question, so to see if the CEO would be willing to make an adjustment.
small business. We're an emergency management consultancy. We do a lot of grants management for FEMA and for state and local and municipal clients. My question is around how we can deliver or how we can provide some consultation around best practices as it relates to grants management, utilizing analytics to help crosswalk appropriate grants or funding for the types of projects that a particular agency is trying to implement and to accomplish their mission. What is the best way for us to be able to provide that type of feedback or insight to y'all as you guys look to actually put out these requirements and put them out for RFI and solicitation? Thank you.
Well, I was going to say, I don't know if Ms. Abney is still in the room, but she's the Director of Grants Policy. She might be a good POC. If she's not here, you can certainly share your information with me, and I can get you to her so that you guys can start to have that conversation on the grant side.
Great, thank you.
But also to add, I think I said yesterday that we're trying to be more deliberate in industry days, requirement-based industry days, or tech exchanges, so that even if it's a contract and not necessarily a grant opportunity, to open the space up so that we can have this continuous flow of information. So be looking out for those opportunities as my group works with the mission partner to kind of say, okay, if we don't necessarily know all the ins and outs of this space that we're in and we want to have some additional information, not just an RFI kind of go out, that you attend those particular ones so that we can have this communication one-on-ones or have an open dialogue like this to say, you guys are the experts in these fields. You can help us shape and inform some of the requirements that we're doing. So we're trying to drive some of those conversations now.
That'd be great. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Well, thank you very much. Oh, there's one. Okay, never mind.
Sorry, I'm that guy. So just a quick question. Hypothetically, if I move from a larger company, and I did an HHS ORR program for, let's say, unaccompanied minor children for 10 years, right? So solid professional, have great references. But then I moved to a small company. And the company is in this space like the previous questioner asked or said about like FEMA, other federal programs like that. And do similar work for HHS and ACF. But now, other than like staffing quals, which is a great way to be like, hey, look how awesome I am at HHS. How else can you represent that as a small company? Or just your opinion on how else can you represent that as a small company when you can't really use it as past performance, but you have like 7 people on your team with like massive experience? Does that make sense?
Absolutely. What I would say in that space is when it comes to past performance and the requirements under the contract, a lot of times that past performance is accredited to the agency or the entity that you've worked for. But how to capture your continued experience and expertise across supportive from a smaller company or a larger company to another small company, that is within the qualifications of personnel. And so in that space, I would say that the key personnel areas and the qualifications to support the task and the overarching approach to your contract can be highlighted by the expertise and the teaming arrangement that you bring into that space. When you're discussing it, again, how we talked about capability statements, where it's not just the same kind of boilerplate language across the board, make sure that you're tailoring and are able to articulate and highlight that experience as it applies to how that is going to enhance or further your combined overarching approach to that solution that you're offering to the government. So in how to approach even articulating that information in your requirements, that's what I would suggest from just my personal standpoint.
I think that's pretty good advice.
Yeah, thank you. I'll take an ounce of your communication skills, by the way, so thank you.
Okay, I'm calling it. Thank you.
All right, I want to thank the policy team for that insightful discussion. Let's give them a round of applause. Hopefully you all were taking notes for that pop quiz later. You got to take it before you leave. Okay, so let's continue our discussion today with ACF Tech. Yeah, right now.
Test.
Oh, that's better.
Does it work now? Oh, there we go.
Okay, yeah.
All right. Yep.
Thanks.
Someone tuned something in the back. So, AI isn't hard. AV is hard. So we'll work on that.
Good morning, everyone. And I know we are the session for lunch, so we will remember that and quickly get to the Q&A section. So for introductions, my name is Robin Collins, and I'm the ACF CIO.
And hey, good morning, everyone. My name is Kevin Duvall. I'm ACF's Chief Technology Officer, and then I have a secondary assignment, if you will, as our acting Chief AI Officer.
And also with us is our branch chief, Bobby Baldwin, for customer engagement. He's here to help us out and does a lot of work with contracting and, again, customer engagement. So for today, on that next slide, great. We're going to talk about some of our current, of course, activity and some things that we're thinking about from a strategic perspective. But we also want to pose a question to you now to think about. Here's some homework. And so for the Q&A section later is, of course, around AI and embracing AI. And do you have some feedback, some experience in this federal space of how AI has been implemented successfully and things that we should consider? So think about that as we go forward. So on to the next slide. So you hear us talk about ACF Tech, and as we mentioned, it's comprised of the Office of CIO, the CTO, and then the budding Office of the Chief AI. And we are all here in support of that ACF mission through that responsive execution and efficient governance of all computer and information resource management functions within the agency. And so our mission and vision, if you will, really articulates our passion to provide support for ACF mission and priorities through technology to ultimately better serve children, families, and their communities. So to the next slide. We have here our values of how we like to get things done. And it's really about partnering with you, partnering with all of you to bring those best solution knowledge and skills to our programs when it comes to IT, information technology, AI, all the new things that are happening. We depend on that partnership with our contractors to tell us what's coming, what's happening, the best way to do things. And so that's what we look forward to do. And want to do this in a way that's innovative. ACF Tech is not your average CIO shop, and that's done purposefully. because we really want to drive that innovation and continue to answer all the why questions and the how questions with why not? Why not do it a certain way? Why not kind of push the envelope, get to that line, if you will? And so we really want to drive our work with boldness. And so again, through our partnership, we want to get in front of and forecast the need of our programs. We want to think about how can we ensure that the mission is not only moving successfully, but thinking about strategically 2 years from now, what's coming that can even further getting resources to the people that really need them most. So again, it's that partnership to innovate, and this is why we're here, and we really look forward to the homework. Okay, on to the next slide. So here are some of our recompetes, and Kevin, I'll have you provide some additional context as well. But as you see here, the recompetes are around a lot of our communication and collaboration tools. So I'm not going to read the slide to you. But the one I did want to call out was what we call our SWIFT BPA, which is a Strategic Work Information Folder Transfer. And that's where it's used, the end user support for contractor to support the operation of the correspondence control throughout HHS. And that is, will be awarded in sometime in August of 2024. So I wanted to talk about that. Kevin, anything to add around the recompetes?
Yeah, I mean, so like if you look at each of them, like the SSL certificates, that's a core security function. You know, any website that you hit that's acf.gov or acf.hhs.gov needs certificates. So that one's pretty straightforward. We're recompeting our Zoom environment, so we use Zoom for Government. I want to say we cover, don't quote me on this number, but gives you rough order of magnitude, about 1,400 users for Zoom. We use Mural for kind of virtual whiteboarding technology, so to help with a lot of our functions are, you know, we're really, it sounds so cliche to say this, but I'm going to say it anyway. We're embracing human-centered design, and so we use Mural to kind of work towards mapping out business processes and really trying to understand how to better serve our program offices. For Esri ArcGIS and ArcGIS Online, the thing I would hit on there is I think ACF recently established and closed out a data strategy, which we'll cover in the next slide. A core component of that is geospatial data. You know, we have a lot of lists on acf.hhs.gov that are, here's all our Head Start centers. It would be great if we could look that up and have a really nice kind of geospatial intelligence around where our Head Start centers are, where are all our service endpoints, and then we can do more kind of robust and holistic planning associated with that. Red Hat supports our next generation secure cloud, so that's our predominant Linux operating system. Robin covered Swift, and then FOIA is, you know, I think we currently have a product in place, and this is a recompete of that product for managing all our FOIA requests. If you know anything about kind of ACF, and I think we did kind of an ACF 101 earlier, you know, some of our programs are more controversial, and so along with that comes more FOIA requests, and so we need a good tool that helps us manage those FOIA requests effectively.
Okay, I'll turn it over to you, Kevin, to talk about data strategy and tools.
Awesome. So yeah, I kind of hinted to this before, but we have an internal data strategy. We are working on a public-facing version of it that should be coming, I want to say this summer. How ACF is organizing its AI functions and data functions is the AI function will sit within ACF Tech, which is this kind of superset organization of CTO functions, CIO functions. For data itself, it will actually be organized in the Office of Planning, Research, and Evaluation. So they are kind of our evaluation function at ACF. If you know anything about kind of the department level equivalent, OPRE's equivalent at the department is the Assistant Secretary for Planning and Evaluation, so ASPE. But really looking at evaluation and how do we build evidence to understand how well our programs are operating, and so the data function is kind of part of that piece. For the data strategy, so it's a roadmap of kind of different projects across ACF to support better use of our data. So it's not only, quality of program collection, visualization, pipelining of data, all of that. And so the domains up there, I think, are important to kind of highlight. So we're going to have focuses on data governance and data talent management. So can we hire in federal staff and the right kind of contract team staff to support moving our data portfolio forward? We're going to have focuses on open data. So ACF has kind of some nascent functions in open data, but I think we could push a lot further with regards to the data we release to the public. One thing I'll say about open data, I was, the acting HHS Chief Data Officer during COVID. If that didn't kind of emphasize the value and power of open data, I don't know what did. When data was released to the public and then immediately was on the front page of the New York Times or the front page of NPR the next day, we need people to better understand and citizens to better understand our programs at ACF and how they serve the American people. I think it's really foundational that for people to be a fully informed consumer of their democracy, they have to have the data to understand what we do. And so open data is a vital asset to that. Next one, very logical deduction from that. So in order to have open data, you have to make sure that you're not releasing sensitive data to the public. So making sure that we have the right privacy expertise to vet and solidify that whatever we're releasing to the public will not be re-identifiable. This gets even more complex, of course, with AI, because AI can do really cool, interesting things like re-identify data that we thought would be unidentifiable. On delivery, so I think we touched on it yesterday with the Office of Refugee Resettlement proposal, but we have a current contract for data surge support, and that will likely be something that will be expanded. So that is a team kind of centrally that focuses on jumping into programs in a relatively short amount of time. So this is not a 6-month engagement with a program office within ACF Tech or within ACF. It's 1 to 2 month engagement to see if they can unlock data and visualize it and perform some analysis on it. We have our analytics campaigns, which are a little bit longer, but they're how I would think about those is if we have a certain focal topic. So an example would be where are there child care deserts in the United States? Where is it incredibly hard to receive child care? Would be an example of something that could be an analytical campaign that we would focus a lot of energy and attention on for 6 months or so. We have a series of enterprise tools. So we've purchased Qualtrics and Tableau for visualization and NVivo for qualitative analytical routines. We have a current contract with C3 AI and City to do a little bit more advanced analytical work. But the big idea there is we're building a cadre of tools that can make people more data-driven in their execution of their program functions. And so definitely open to possibility, interest, focus there. And then platforms, so kind of cover that with tools and infrastructure. We're also looking at a CRM product for better managing our relationship with grantees, And the big idea there is we may have a program office that interfaces with a given grantee, and that a different program office within ACF that interfaces with it. So think an organization that provides child care services but also receives a grant from the Office of Community Services, right, for some sort of activity within the community. Those two offices may not know that they're talking to that same grantee. They may not coordinate that activity well. And so the big idea behind the CRM is to make that activity a little bit more coherent, and then as a result manage a relationship with a grantee that's more strategic in nature. So moving from, getting money to them to saying, how can we solve problems together to ultimately yield the net impact of building better communities and taking care of kids and families. So I think that's pretty much it for data strategy. Next slide. AI, the hot thing of this year, it seems. This one's definitely nascent in ACF. I don't know how to say that nicely. We're following very closely both the executive order as well as the OMB memorandum on doing trustworthy artificial intelligence. I would strongly encourage folks to read that memorandum, because it's actually quite good about the different lenses in which we have to think about AI in the context of service delivery and benefits delivery. So ACF, for its program offices, we serve children and families, and we serve them in a variety of ways. And we can introduce AI and do bad things for children and families, and we can do good things. And so we need to think about kind of all the lenses and contexts of that as we plan out our AI strategy. So we're just getting started with this. We're kind of building a little office. We have a work group within ACF, and then we're going to be issuing policies and guidance. Currently, we only have one policy available for kind of generative AI, and it's basically around the usage of commercial generative AI applications. So we're just getting started here. We're doing a series of pilots, so again, a area where we would be interested in feedback and hearing about kind of different ideas. But the kind of first one is the traditional chatbot, right? Like, can you feed it a body of knowledge and then ultimately have a artificial intelligence bot spit back answers to a customer to do what I would call kind of case deflection, right? So like as opposed to using human resources, we could answer relatively simple questions with AI. The next one is for rule comment analysis. So for that one, when we issue something to the public and we get lots of feedback, we need help basically sifting through all of the different comments that the American people provide to us and making sure that we can respond and incorporate that effectively into whatever moves forward. I will say very specifically on that one, that does not excuse the human review at all. So, that is designed to understand sentiment. That's designed to help us parse through. That does not mitigate the inherently governmental work and inherently human work of understanding what is the right policy to execute and what is the right policy to issue. For TNTA, that is, so anytime we issue a grant, we provide training and technical assistance to ensure that our grantees are using kind of the dollars effectively, as well as supporting activities to achieve whatever outcome that grant is. So training and technical assistance plays a heavy role in that. And again, this is almost that like deflection activity where if we can provide and answer simple questions of a grantee, that kind of gives our grant specialists and the folks in the program offices more time to answer the more complex stuff. So that's kind of a piece there. For the NOFO chatbot, very similar thing, won't cover that. And then the manager handbook, that one's kind of an internal-facing one, but we're basically piloting, can we have managers ask simple questions about where do I find this given HR, policy around telework or something like that? Let's just go with that. Can we get a kind of AI-based chatbot to sift through all the literature and kind of summarize kind of here's the key things you need to think about when addressing a certain issue. So I think generative AI as a whole has a really good kind of purview in taking lots and lots of disparate kind of rules and regulations and things like that and kind of synthesizing here's a position. Again, it has to be vetted by a human, but it's an opportunity that I think ACF will probably utilize over and over again, kind of sifting through all these disparate documents to form a synthesis of here's the three key things you need to think about when considering a given topic. That's okay.
So when it comes to potential opportunities, we wanted to also include here some of the out year things that we're working on. And of course, zero trust is another hot topic, and what we're looking to do is implement a zero trust PMO that will help with that coordination piece between our security team and our operations team as we work to migrate some of those into our cloud environment. And so we're looking to get support with that. And then our ITAS recompete is really that, I say, traditional CIO support, because it has like portfolio management, FITARA execution, enterprise architecture. And, you know, my goal is to create a more efficient governance processes. So looking for that partnership to think of how can we use the information, kind of gather once, use many, when it comes to FITARA processes and in the traditional capital planning. What can that data tell us to really execute more efficiently our governance processes and oversight, to make it less burdensome on the program folks, but we internally have all the information we need to, one, manage the portfolio, but two, think about opportunities going forward to get that full life cycle, if you will. So that's my goal in looking toward that recompete. And then the third bullet is security. I think the contract does more the traditional security, and again, looking at those, how can we be more efficient with those processes, the ATO process, our and other processes around that. So those are the three that are coming up. I think the ITAS is 25, and then the security is a little further out. So those are just further opportunities that will come to play. Anything to add to that?
No, yeah, I mean, and again, Robin and I, if we are ever out speaking together, anytime I hear the word governance, I always look over at her. Governance is interesting activity in the federal government, we'll just say it that way.
He doesn't like her. He's small G. I'm more medium-sized G governance, so yeah.
Yeah. For Art of the Possible, I mean, this one's frankly a huge unknown, and like I really feel like, you know, a lot of people are speaking about artificial intelligence right now. No one actually knows kind of what they're doing with it, right? Like, and no one knows where it's going. The person that says that confidently probably should scare you a little bit. And so, you know, I definitely think there will be opportunities coming down the pipeline around using AI more at ACF. At the end of the day, one of the things I always talk about internally is, you know, in the absence of kind of huge amounts of money from Congress and all that good stuff happening, like, what are different ways that we can provide transformation to our programs, right? You know, there's a series of plays, right? One is like we can use technology to do things more efficiently. One is we can use data to plan our resources more effectively. And then I think the third one is we can use artificial intelligence to actually further enhance and expedite kind of activities and ways of understanding what we're doing to achieve better outcomes for America's children and families. And so, like, I think there's a huge amount of opportunity here to allow AI to help us with that. And so what that looks like is kind of unknown. I think it starts with kind of looking at business processes and saying, like, you know, why do we have 57 steps when it could be 13 steps? Like the traditional Six Sigma of 10 or 20 years ago is still equally valid in the age of AI. But I think the opportunity that artificial intelligence has that's, I think, new is we start bleeding into the world of what is inherently human work and what is work that can be done by machines. That's a new kind of paradigm. You know, I've been reading a decent bit about kind of things like that. One of the books that kind of really spoke to me was Dan Pink's A Whole New Mind, which really talks about, in an era of outsourcing and artificial intelligence, what is the value that humans provide in the world of work. And so I think we're going to have those conversations moving forward, but I see AI as a net positive thing, and I think it'll really be transformative into how the American people are served by their government. And so we should look at it like that and welcome your opportunities and ideas about kind of that space. So it's a quiet crowd. I think that was it. So we could probably leave it on the slide and then do questions or ideas or however we want to spend this until lunch, and you can end it early if you want, if everyone's really hungry. I mean, that's all good too.
I'm Renita Anderson from DTI, Defense Technology Integration. So thank you very much for the presentation this morning. So definitely some ideas. So Defense Technology Integration, we've implemented Zero Trust agency-wide already. And we did it a year in advance of the OMB mandate that it has to be done by December of this year. So happy to help navigate through that process. And so also as the prior Deputy Director of CIT at the NIH for 28 years here at NIH, I'm intimately familiar with all of the OpDivs, the staff divs, and integrating these large enterprise platforms across multiple organizations. And so happy to support the narrative with moving to AI and looking at governance and strategy and policy. And so curious about the recompete contracts as well as the upcoming contracts, but more the recompetes. Are any of those in the small business or set-aside categories?
Probably. I'm looking at Vint and Kenyatta. I would say probably, but...
Without looking at the contracts, we would have to, kind of look at the history of them and make sure that those that can be set aside for small business are set aside. And regardless where they are currently, we'll do a market research to use the data to make that determination anyway.
Yeah, but no, I think small businesses provide incredible value here. And again, some of those pilots as well, I think, are prime opportunities for small businesses.
Hi, my name is Sandy Abbott, and I am with Forest Technology Solutions. Very interested in what you had to say. In particular, there were a couple of things that I myself, having spent 35 years in the federal government, one of the things I did at the FDA was had the same problem with FOIA. It just, was incredible in terms of the number, both from industry, private, Congress, the whole world. And you got to get a handle on it because it just becomes overwhelming and you end up having whole staff doing that all day long. And we were able to do that. I implemented a program by which we were able to do that across the entire FDA, which was pretty hard because we had very strong centers with very strong ideas of what they wanted. And so would love to have the opportunity to share that with you. Also, we are prime contractors for the payment management system at PSC. So some of the challenges that you were talking about, identifying a grant across, one grantee who's in multiple areas, even within ACF or across all of HHS or the federal government, there's been a lot of work that's been done both in terms of the single grantee as well as the parent-child relationships, right? So you'll have one university, and in one case that university may have
their schools have multiple UEIs.
Yeah, exactly. or you'll have the opposite, which is that one university has one UEI across all of their departments, depending on the size of the school. So there's all different, and we can definitely assist in that, given our capabilities and our relationships and the work that we've already done. We've also done an AI pilot that was used, and the entire platform has been used at the FDA. So we have a product as well. So the question I have is, how is it possible that we can, I know there's RFIs out there. I know there's opportunities out there, but I'm going to ask the million-dollar question is, how do we share some of this information so that we can really help ACF? The mission of ACF is very near and dear. I worked at HRSA, so vulnerable populations near and dear to my heart, as well as that of the company. So how do we help get this information to you?
Yeah, great question. I mean, I kind of go back to I think it was like 2008, it was the OMB Mythbusters memos about kind of engagement with industry. I still reference those. I'm pretty sure they were scanned in the official version, so it's not even OCR'd. We could use AI for that. And no, I think a lot of these industry days, and I have to give credit to GCS, this is I think before we did not do the level of engagement with industry, so it's really a kudos to Kenyatta and his team for what they're doing. But like, inevitably out of these, I get a lot of business cards, and I, hand these off to our scheduler. And so let's talk and have some discussions and market research, and you can tell us about what you think is leading in this space. Because again, I think it's conversations with industry that, do these things. That's a terrible idea. Go this path. Don't go that path. Like, those conversations are really fruitful for shaping where we head with. What we focus on and how we deliver our technology.
Thank you so much. Also, it was awesome hearing you say, everyone says AI is easy and we can do it and just, it'll get done like that. So refreshing to hear that, because I keep on saying that. I'm like, everyone's saying AI, So thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Robin. Hi, Kevin. Steve Wood from Booz Allen. Nice to see both of you. AI is the buzzword nowadays, but we're all still trying to figure it out. But I do believe that those of us that work on the Intel side or DoD, there's some best practices, things that we can learn and use from that, so we don't have to recreate the wheel on a lot of things that you all are initiatives that you have at ACF. So again, we can look at some things that have been done that we can utilize going forward at ACF that have been done at other places.
Oh yeah, absolutely. So yeah, hopefully we can connect out of this whole session. So I think they take us over to a room over there, and then we talk to folks afterwards. So I'd love to connect. Oh, yeah, so we... Yep.
Great, thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks for coming up.
So one of the comments you were talking about was around rapid prototyping, and there's a lot of agencies that are trying to do similar kind of instances, but some of the challenges they start running into comes in from, first of all, how do we get in all these new ideas from a funding perspective, from a contracting perspective, right? Because, ultimately, are we going to test all these out under one specific vendor? Are we going to put these out in an RFI process? What's that going to look like? Because these are small scale, and how do I scale it from there if I need it to get bigger? I'm expecting you to have all the answers, but just what's that thought process that's going through your head in terms of how you're going to be addressing some of those?
Yeah, so thanks for that question, David. I actually think back a lot to low-code platforms. Like, that's like the thing that, I spend an inordinate amount of time, like personal time, thinking about low-code platforms. So it's kind of weird, but we'll just go with it. And, it's hard to figure out what is the right fit to a platform for things. What I've came to after kind of working with them long enough is really certain platforms have certain inherent capabilities that are much better, right? If you look to the origin stories of a lot of these low-code platforms, one competitor, we won't name names, built their bread and butter on customer relationship management. They're going to have a strong offering in that space. Another competitor built their bread and butter on IT service management, right? And so if their business processes are adjacent to those kind of functions, they're probably a stronger offering. And so, I think as the government, sometimes we don't think about it like that. We don't say, actually a potpourri of different products will ultimately probably yield a better outcome. And so I think AI, we don't know what we're doing, so we should try lots of different things. I think the trade-off there is it's going to be kind of smaller dollar amounts and smaller levels of effort to try to prove value, right? And I think that's something that we have to do because this is such a nascent space. Can you prove value with AI in 4 weeks? Let's get an interim authorization to test as opposed to a full ATO. Thank you very much. And let's try to see what it looks like to prove value in a short amount of time. And I think that's the way we'll get there, and then we'll learn from that and then incorporate it into kind of larger product selections and larger kind of offerings and enterprise offerings for a given technology.
Good afternoon. Dennis Watson, Vice President from Eagle Technologies in Roslyn, Virginia. We are actually a prime for many years under the CF, providing grants modernization and build up for Office of Head Start. Secondly, as well, and I report to COO and CEO, so shout out to the executives virtually. And also as well, we're actually providing consult for FEMA for grants modernization and USDA as well for the program managers and C-level engineers. So my question for you is, as a providing thought leadership and discussing innovation and approach, use cases, best case use, what do you recommend in terms of our approach to you as executives who are providing that type of leadership as well? What's the process we should go through in consideration? Thank you.
So you're asking the process that we need.
Yeah, so basically, we have a way through CMS to provide discussion of innovation and approach through their CTO and interaction, which is one of my prime accounts for many years. But in terms of interacting with the vendor community, the contractors themselves, who really are, I think, providing value, what is your preferred interaction with the vendor community to really get you to see that there's innovation going on in other agencies that we're bringing to the table?
So two things, I think, what Kevin mentioned about the market research, having a conversation so we can kind of share some of the things that we're thinking about, some of the challenges. But also, as we partner, if we are, if you're a contractor, I think part of what I've asked the folks that we're working with is, can we do this better? I know we're trying to do X right now, but what does Y look like? So I think it's always having an opportunity to address the immediate need, but help us forecast what may be happening down the road and to share what's happening in other agencies. So I think there's two folds there. If we're already in a partnership, always I always tell Kevin and others, I said, I like to hear words like industry best practices are, or over here in another organization they did these things. Because it helps us think about maybe there's a better way for us to do this. And, let's have a chat. Let's, come and do it. We can do some market research to understand that maybe the approach that we're taking might not be the best efficient approach. Because sometimes, and that part of what we're wanting to do strategically is get in front of our programs. As in our role, we are, leading and trying to support that visionary, but then our programs have talked to you all and have partnered, and then sometimes we got to make sure we kind of run in front of that or to help craft that vision as well. Do you have anything to add?
Yeah, I go back to, there's a really fascinating Harvard Business Review article about Makita, a drill company, and they were basically looking at a business case for, can we rent drills, right? People don't use a drill every day, right? They use a drill 2 times a year and then they put it in a closet, and it's like, well, why do people need to own drills, right? And, what they found is they thought for the longest time, our value proposition is drills. Their value proposition isn't drills. Their value proposition is holes, right? People don't care how you get a screw into a wall or whatever. They just want that activity. And so I think the industry needs to challenge us back and say, you're asking for this. That's not actually what you guys need. You need that. And those are some of the most impactful conversations that we have with industry, which is I know you're asking to do X, Y, Z, but the outcome you're really going for is A, and you're thinking about this in a way that let's think about it in a different way to achieve A. I think that's really impactful. The other thing I would say is, with the product space as well as like kind of the vendor space, the thing I always listen for is what is the thing that you do well beyond everyone else, right? Like if you can put that value proposition up front, that makes it very clear to me to understand kind of where your company fits in the cadre of kind of the industrial base, right? You know, I don't know how many people I've talked to that do case management, right? Like at that point, I don't even know what case management means anymore. You know, tell me about what you do really well as a company, what you do far above and beyond the rest of industry well, and you think is, you know, something unique about what you do every day. So.
Hey again, how's it going? Good to see you. My name is Slava Katz. I'm with Sky Solutions. We're a small 8A business focused on digital transformation, and we do that work with local platforms. I have a two-part question, one more organizational related, one around digital transformation. So from an organizational standpoint, can each of you talk about how your organization is just structured and, you know, who does what and what the day-to-day looks like, and how you guys collaborate with the program offices? Okay, I'm going to sit down for the answer before I ask my second one.
Kevin, do you want to take that one?
So Robin started in December. One of the things we said, like it was probably in the first week, we were like, there needs to be no daylight between Robin and me, right? I think the CIO function is about running IT well, right? Governing and running IT well and focusing on the customer. Oh, no. Wait, I got confused when I said controlling IT well. No, it's about, you know, making smart decisions. I make fun of governance all the time. I'll just say that for the record. But like, it's vitally important because it's about making good decisions in technology, and that is uniquely the CIO function. Whether you look at Klinger Cohen or Fatara or all those things, that's how I see kind of what Robin does well every day, right? Focusing on the customer, focusing on governing IT. For the CTO side, it's kind of like, I don't know how I can say that. Like, I don't want to say it's as far as like moonshots, but it's definitely about where can we do transformation in what we do every day. I've seen business processes across government. I've worked in government or government adjacent my whole career. I worked one time for a for-profit company for 8 months. And so I've seen kind of the gnarly parts of government. Like, it's amazing how much of the government is still on paper. It's almost astonishing. We can do better. And my job as the CTO is to make sure that we're always pushing the frontier of making things better for the American people. And that's hard, right? Like, resource constraints, and how do we do this with existing budgets, and how do we do this while getting an ATO, and how do we do this while following all these federal regulations? It's a hard thing. I always say, it's hard to run technology well on its own, and then layer on all the bureaucracy and federal rules and regulations you have to follow in the execution of federal IT. And you realize it goes from like running a 5K to running a 26.2 mile marathon, right? Like, so yeah, and a whole bunch of paper along the way. So that's kind of how I see it. I mean, I welcome Robin to add to that.
We've been asked that question. We are different. I say innovative. They'll write an article about this sometime in the future. But what I say, traditionally, the CTO gets the job to do the sexy stuff, right? Oh, let's do this. And then it's always the traditional CIO. It's like, well, and there never was that partnership. So now we all have that sexy piece. No, well, the CTO and the work that happens there has to consider the traditional requirements. And so how I see this is we get to be innovative and run further faster because both pieces are working together. And so though it may, not traditional, but think about that. Now that, here's a great idea and we know we can get you through because we are innovating also in the more traditional CIO space.
So that's a great sort of transition to my second question, which is around transformation. So Kevin, you talked about technology, data, and AI, right, as tools to achieve transformation. If you had to pick one from those three over the next 6 to 12 months, based on the priorities, based on what you see, based on the work that you're doing with Robin and some of the, security constraints and funding constraints, which one would it be and why?
Good question. So like building new applications just takes time. Like it's painful, right? I think everyone agrees about that, or hopefully does. Because application development is very much inherently human in that sometimes humans don't know what they want. And I think one of the worst situations you can do is build a system and then kind of have the wrong rock thing. Like, oh, you brought me a rock. That's the wrong rock, but bring me a different one. And so the activity of like doing agile-based software development hopefully helps with that a little bit. So I'm going to discount kind of technology. That's not going to help us. On data, I think data and AI are going to be where there's a sweet spot. And I think AI actually is, again, there's this level of human augmentation. One of the things I think a lot of federal staff struggle with is the blank paper problem, right? Like, I have no idea what I want. I need to write a document. I need to write a statement of work. I need to do something. And I don't even know where to begin. And as a result, I'm going to defer that activity until, like, we reach the GCS deadline, and then they're going to be angry at me. I think AI has the potential to help humans do their work better within the federal agencies. That being said, like, that doesn't negate their responsibility to read every little bit of whatever comes out of that AI model and make sure it's actually right. But I think there's just tremendous possibility there, and we don't yet know the level of productivity gains we could achieve with generative AI and artificial intelligence.
Hi, this is Anthony Caoli, CEO for 3Star, and we're a Alaska Native corporation, village-based. We operate several national TTA centers and contracts. So we're a gold solutions partner for Smartsheet Gov, and we've been using Smartsheet Gov to improve our interface with the tribes that we serve and the clientele. We taught administration for Native Americans how to use the platform and leverage the platform to manage their emergency language grants. My question is, a lot of what's happening with Smartsheet Gov is being done sort of, in disparate locations. Some program offices are picking up a few licenses. But to really leverage the platform and to take advantage of its ability to collect data and other things and build phenomenal dashboards, at what critical mass do we need for ACF to offer that as a solution system-wide? Like for instance, on your contract opportunities, you're offering Zoom. How do we get to that point? What advice do you have? Thank you.
That sounds like an IT governance question to me. I'm not sure. So we do have an enterprise offering of Smartsheet. That's a great question. I think, how can I say that? I'll talk generally. I'm not going to talk specifically about Smartsheet, but I'll talk generally around software consolidation. So I worked for the University of Virginia before I worked at HHS. And my sole job, like day in and day out, was software consolidation. So like, can we build strategic contract vehicles that everyone's buying this product? Can we, consolidate yield net dividends? I think one thing we face at ACF with some of the products is different audiences, different security constraints. One of the things I always talk to when I go to a software vendor is I usually say, find me the person. It's like probably some enterprise architect person that you hide in a corner that knows like exactly the things to think about before we consolidate things. Like, what are all the product kind of nuances that you need to understand before you consolidate. Because one of the worst things you can do is like build a single environment for a given product that doesn't serve anyone well. And I've seen that over and over with software as a service products. You get to like, okay, we have 3 instances. It obviously makes sense to go down to 1. And then you realize like, oh, we use this feature in this instance and that feature in that instance. If we try to consolidate them, someone's going to have to suffer, right? And so, we do. That's a long answer. Short answer is we do have a enterprise offering of Smartsheet, and that's a product that a lot of our program offices are using. And we are looking at ways that we can streamline and consolidate Smartsheet for government.
Hi, Kevin. I'm Gail Claiborne with Appian. You may have heard of us. We are a low-code software platform as well. Just wanted to make a comment about the use of AI, specifically as it relates to acquisitions. I think you are aware of our company, and I think you also know that we provide a series of acquisition solutions that are built on our low-code platform. One of the things that we announced at our recent Appian World was a capability called Procure Site, and it was in response to a lot of the problems and concerns that we've heard from the acquisition community as it relates to developing requirements for any type of procurement. So we've made that Procure Site free for all federal government agencies to use for the remainder of the year. But basically, what it does is use semantic searching and AI to go out to SAM.gov, FPDS, and also USA Spending. And you can search on any particular item that you are trying to procure, and it will bring back requirements that other agencies have used. So if you're interested in just looking at what some of those requirements are, you can just say, I want to look at SAM.gov. But if you want to look to see who's actually awarded a contract based on those types of requirements, you can go to USA Spending, and it'll pull back the entire solicitation for you. It allows you to continue to search and refine what comes back from those different government sites. It allows you to save all of that data in one place, so if you need to go back and look at it, you don't have to start that whole search all over again. So I just wanted to let you know that we are using AI. We're certainly trying to use it in a community where we think it would be the most valuable, which is with requirements gathering in the acquisitions community. And it is a free service that Appian is providing. It's called Procure Site, and we will be briefing most of the HCAs tomorrow morning and showing them a demo on how to use it as well. So just wanted to leave you with that. Thank you.
Cool. Thanks, Gail. All right. Any other questions or comments or crazy ideas? Or all right. Well, then we're going to get lunch 10 minutes early. Sounds good?
All right. Well, thank you, Kevin. We are going to take lunch right now. This is a great opportunity for some networking as well. And don't forget about our 2 private rooms in F1 and F2 if you want to connect with anyone. All right. Good afternoon, everyone. Hopefully you enjoyed your lunch and had some time to network with some of the colleagues here. Next up, we have the Office of Planning, Research, and Evaluation. They'll share updates on their latest initiatives.
Hi, everybody. Good afternoon. My name is Sam Alangasekara. I'm the Deputy Director of the Office of Planning, Research, and Evaluation at ACF. So today I'm going to share a little bit about our office, our mission, the type of work we do, particularly through contracts, and preview some of our anticipated FY24 and early FY25 solicitations. Next slide, please. That was my intro slide. So I'll go to the next slide, please. Great, thank you. Our mission at OPRE, Office of Planning, Research, and Evaluation, centers around building and sharing knowledge about effective approaches to helping children and families through rigorous evaluation projects, research projects, and data-related projects as well. We do this work, and as such, we advise ACF leadership on increasing the effectiveness and efficiency of ACF programs. We conduct these evaluations of existing programs using innovative approaches, using different research synthesis methodologies, and a range of descriptive and exploratory studies as well. We also provide guidance, analysis, and technical assistance to ACF programs. We work to improve the quality and usefulness of data, as well as strengthen the capacity and ability to share and analyze data on ACF programs. Next slide, please. Great. So we at OPRE conduct research, evaluation, data, and other learning activities in the areas that Congress specifically gives us authority and funds to do so. So you can see here a chart of our fiscal 24 budget. It's approximately $145.5 million. You can see we have specific funds allocated for studying specific program areas that ACF operates, such as welfare research, Head Start, child care, home visiting research, healthy marriage and responsible fatherhood, and a few others. Next slide, please. So here you see our org chart. We're made up of 5 divisions, one of which is the Office of Director, where I sit. The other 4 divisions at OPRE include the Division of Economic Independence. In this division, we focus on research, evaluation, and learning activities on welfare, employment, and other family self-sufficiency topics. Our Division of Child and Family Development focuses on child care programs, Head Start programs, early Head Start, the child abuse and neglect program area, as well as human trafficking. Then in our Division of Family Strengthening, we focus on teen pregnancy prevention, youth development, healthy marriage and responsible fatherhood programs, family violence programs, runaway and homeless youth, and home visiting. And then finally, in our Division of Data and Improvement, we focus on increasing the quality, usefulness, sharing, and analysis of data for the purpose of improving ACF programs and program participants' outcomes. Okay, next slide, please. So we work for the majority of our research and evaluation and learning activities through competitively awarded contracts. We do also award some grants, but those are proportionally, as far as our budget, much less than our contracts budgets. In developing and carrying out our projects, we partner very closely with a number of ACF offices, some of which you'll hear from today, who administer these programs and services and resources. So here you can see the logos of some of those offices, not all of them, that we partner with and collaborate with. And we really seek to conduct work that is particularly relevant to the needs and priorities of the program offices themselves. So we are ensuring that our research is not only rigorous, but very relevant to the field and to ACF's mission. So although OPRE has been doing research and evaluation and data activities for quite some time, we're always very interested and very open to new and innovative approaches that'll help us achieve our mission and meet the needs of our program partners that we collaborate with. Okay, next slide, please. So I'll just really briefly mention that one way that you can learn more about some of the topics of interest to OPRE that have been informed through collaboration with our partners is to visit our website. At the ACF website, you can find the OPRE website within that and check out some of our various research and learning agendas. You can see some pictures of them here. These agendas go into some of the highlights and key topics and questions that guide our work. So they'll give you a better sense of some of the research and evaluation questions and data initiatives that we're thinking of as we're planning our work for the current fiscal year and beyond. Okay, next slide. So to transition to focus more specifically on our contracts, this year OPRE has 23 planned actions with GCS with an anticipated total contract value of approximately $89.5 million. We also have all of the actions, inclusive of those outside of ACF, like I said, it's $89.5 million. All of these actions will be procured under FAR Subpart 8.4, or will be utilizing FAR Part 15. Next slide. Okay, so this is just to give you a sense of what our current portfolio of contracts, active contracts looks like. As of last September, we had around 77 active contracts with about 16 vendors. It's important to note that research and evaluation projects, which is what we mainly conduct through these contracts, occur over multiple years just due to the nature of the time it takes to plan and obtain various approvals, and then collect and analyze data, which is often the bulk of what we're doing through these contracts. So most contracts are 5 years in length. And then in terms of values, our contracts have a pretty broad range. You can see the minimum here is an $8,600 contract, although that is quite rare. Usually they're closer in the range of, you can see the median of $3.7 million with a max of $37 million for our contracts. Okay, next slide. Okay, so in terms of when acquisitions are released and awarded, it usually depends on a few different factors, including that we do have to develop our fiscal year research and spending plans in consultation with our program partners. So we kind of do that on a yearly basis, or sometimes even years into the future, to kind of think through what our learning questions are. And we, like I mentioned before, we do that in very close partnerships with our program office partners. We also have to wait for Congress to pass the annual budget every year, which we know does not typically get passed before the beginning of the fiscal year. And then only a small portion of our research budget comes directly to us at OPRE. So we often have to work out the details of money and budgets with our program partners and negotiate our research budget. So, and then those funds have to be transferred. So all of those things need to happen prior to us releasing and awarding a solicitation. So that's kind of what's going on in the back end as you wait to see our solicitations come out. And then I'll also note that most of our funding traditionally has been one-year funds that might be obligated by the end of the fiscal year. But as of recent years, we now have some funds that are 5-year funds. And that gives us a little bit more time to obligate those funds on a particular contract. So you can see, for example, some of the examples of those are our Head Start funds, our child care funds, whereas like our welfare research and our healthy marriage and responsible fatherhood funds are still one-year funds. Okay, next slide, please. So what types of work do we do through these contracts? The majority of our contracts are for a single research or evaluation study on a very specific topic. So for example, a national survey for early care and education. But we also have several contracts that support research and evaluation technical assistance. So for example, TA contracts that might support ACF grantees that are themselves conducting research and evaluation at the local level. OPRE might have a contract to provide that evaluation technical assistance. A few contracts support planning and executing convenings. So these convenings can range from small group meetings of experts to large public meetings, such as our Research and Evaluation Conference on Self-Sufficiency, or REX, which is one of the new contracts we're planning for that I'll talk about later. And we have very few contracts that are for severable ongoing services, but some of those are to do things like providing support for on-site contractors to support OPRE in our work, and also to provide support for our OPRE website, which is the vehicle we use to disseminate all of the work that we do through these research and evaluation contracts. Next slide, please. Okay. So some of the common tasks that you might see on these research and evaluation contracts are knowledge building activities. So these are things like conducting literature reviews, developing conceptual frameworks for a program or an activity, or doing environmental scans to understand more about kind of the state of the field in a research area. We also engage experts and individuals with lived experience and other partners throughout our project. So we have a very big focus on making sure that our research is relevant, and to do a lot of that work, it involves making sure that we're engaging a wide range of experts, including those with lived experience. We also have a big focus on external communication and dissemination, so how we're actually getting the results of the studies that we're funding and the evaluation projects we're funding out into the world in order to inform policy and inform the research field and help our mission of supporting ACF to learn more about the programs that it's providing. So we do a lot of things like infographics and data visualizations, research snapshots, different kinds of multimedia content, videos, briefs, and reports. And it's important to note that all of our external communication materials that are developed under any of our contracts, any of these contracts we're awarding, do need to go through multiple rounds of review within OPRE, and then within the project teams that are managing the contracts, as well as our different division directors, as well as the director of OPRE or myself. And then also we ensure that our program partners in the other ACF program offices have the opportunity to review and comment on our dissemination products that come out of our work. So that can take time and take multiple rounds of revisions. That's something to always build into plans for contracts. And then there are also various requirements and standards that we want these communication dissemination products to adhere to. So things like ensuring that they have plain language use to facilitate good dissemination, and 508 compliance as well. Okay, next slide, please. Some other common tasks that are often included in our projects include developing study designs. These can be descriptive study designs or impact study designs to study the effectiveness of a program. So you can see here things like randomized control trials or quasi-experimental designs. I mentioned nationally represented surveys are another type of research activity we do, or case studies, interviews, a range of other designs. One thing to flag here, you see that we have listed the Office of Management and Budget, OMB's Paperwork Reduction Act approval. So all data collections that involve collecting the same information from 10 people or more have to receive approval from the Office of Management and Budget. And that's a really lengthy process that can take 6 months or more and require the development of a lot of different materials and extensive lists of design documents. That's another thing to consider in that those tasks in developing a study design. We also often include data collection and analysis in our studies, so that's a common task in our contracts. We also have a task that involves developing and testing new measurement tools. Often surveys or measurement tools are a very important part of our research and evaluation projects. And then there's often a data security task. This may include obtaining an authority to operate, which can be a fairly extensive process to ensure data security and ensure that the systems that are developed for data are secure. So that's another thing to consider. Next slide. So just for some more information about the types of contracts that we often put out or have and other features. So in the past, most of our contracts were cost plus fixed fee, but recently most are, so we've been releasing some that are from fixed price and fixed firm price level of effort. The majority of our contracts are non-severable services with an end product of value for each CLIN. We do often have multiple and overlapping CLINs for 1 year or more. And to oversee these contracts, OPRE cores generally work with a team of OPRE staff to guide the effort and the projects, including a team that will participate on regular calls and review all the deliverables and provide guidance. So that's just kind of internally how we structure our office to manage the contracts to provide support to our cores. Okay, so now I'll move into the anticipated fiscal 24 solicitations that we are looking at. Okay, so this is a slightly old list. So I'm going to say up front, this won't include everything, because I think we had updated our slides, and this is an older version. But if you go to OPRE's website, you can find our newsletter, a link to our newsletter where we put out forecasts as we develop ideas for our contracts and plans. So you can always sign up for our newsletter and get more information there. But I will turn to some and just describe a few of the fiscal 24 solicitations that we are anticipating. So let's see. I'm trying to see what's on the slide and what I can tell you about. Let's switch to the next slide. Okay, so I mentioned the second bullet there, the REX NRCEC conference. So that is one that we're anticipating putting out this year for our two major OPRE-led research conferences. And that's going to be a joint solicitation for both conferences, which is new. We've typically had separate contracts for that. The TANF Employment Project 2.0 is a contract that provides continuity of operations for two major ACF data assets following the transfer of data hosting and processing to the ACF computing environment. So this will include an operational analysis and support of agency strategic data initiatives and evidence-building analyses to help ACF understand and manage the TANF program. It'll also include ad hoc consultation on topics related to the use of TANF cross-sectional or longitudinal or matched data files. And so subject matter expertise about those assets to inform the development of new data files and measures on those consultations will be necessary. I think possibly on the previous slide, if you don't mind going back. Yep, the LEARN contract. I can tell you a little bit more about that. So the Family Self-Sufficiency, Learning Engagement, and Research Knowledge Sharing Support, or LEARN contract, will support OPRE's Division of Economic Independence and key knowledge building and sharing activities. So a primary focus of that work will be to provide support for the ongoing development of our welfare and family self-sufficiency learning agenda. And in addition, it'll support the Division of Economic Independence in building and sharing evidence related to that learning agenda through the exploration of the information needs of intended users of the research from that division. So that's another big project we're planning on for this year. It's not listed on here, but I will tell you about a website support contract I mentioned earlier, that we do have some contracts to kind of do general support for OPRE. We are going to put out a solicitation for website support to support the maintenance and continuous improvement of OPRE's website, which I mentioned is very important to our work, so that we can disseminate our research, and also to provide OPRE with expert advice and support on strategic research communications and digital engagement. The support project, which is that second one, supporting so yes, no, not that one. I'm sorry, this list is wrong, so I'm reading different things from what we are actually planning on. Let me tell you about a couple more, and then we can move on to questions. Okay, we're going to do a child and state adolescent national survey of well-being. That's going to build on previous surveys and support future data collection for the National Survey of Child and Adolescent Wellbeing. And it'll address emerging questions related to understanding the well-being experiences and service needs and utilization of children and their families who come into contact with the child welfare system at the state and national level. It'll also be documenting and obtaining and linking administrative data at the local, state, and federal level, and securely sharing data that could inform future programmatic and policy discussions. And then finally, I'll talk about the ACF data capacity contract, which will include key tasks such as fostering ACF's data-related communities of practice, scoping, designing, and executing data analysis and associated data pipeline development, some strategic communications, some project management, and supporting several functional areas within OPRE's Division of Data and Improvement, which interacts with offices across ACF to support data initiatives and data needs. Okay, so like I said, Some of this isn't totally accurate. It only lists partial list of what we're putting out, but please keep an eye on what you hear from GCS and us through our website for more information about our fiscal 24 work. And I'll end there.
I'll bite.
Yes.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much for that. That was great. I'm Greg Matthews. I'm with JFM Consulting Group. We're a woman-owned small business, and we are getting ready to be a new entrant in the federal marketplace. And we conduct research and evaluation. We do planning. We do conceptual frameworks, study design, and all of these good things. I was glad to see that a common task that you listed is engaging individuals with lived experiences. And I'm interpreting that to mean probably program participants or beneficiaries or maybe community members around those programs. At JFM, we approach our work with a racial equity lens, and we do a lot of participatory research, community engagement in our research designs. I was wondering if that is something that OPRE might consider kind of a research innovation and something that might be of interest to OPRE.
Yeah, that's a great question. Thank you for the opportunity to clarify. Or really just agree with what you just said. That's exactly right. Our perspective in incorporating the perspectives of those with lived experience is really coming from a racial equity lens and an equity lens. And, you know, I think we are now trying to, you know, really institutionalize it in all of our work. So yes, it's innovative, but really we're trying to make it like that it's common practice. And so that's why you'll see it across all of our solicitations that we'll put out, a real focus on including an approach that incorporates perspectives of those with lived experience, which, like you said, can include beneficiaries, program participants, community members, those really affected and that have a stake in the programs. Thank you.
Hi, quick question. So for those of us who do population health research, do you guys accept unsolicited proposals on topics that are related to the work that you're doing?
I feel like I should let GCS answer that. I don't know. Do we?
No, I'm like,
so the answer is yes. I don't know if you were here earlier in the week, but the thing I would require from industry is to make sure that your proposals, that the unsolicited proposals that you submit are genuinely unique and innovative. Otherwise, we can't even refer them to the project teams to look at because they won't pass that bar. But absolutely, and there's a link, I think, on the GCS website on how to submit those unsolicited proposals. All right.
Thank you.
All right. So ORR presented yesterday, and they had a question on whether they do any research and evaluation of their initiatives. So I assume that would fall under you. And do you do ORR research and evaluation of their programs?
Yeah, that's a great question. I mentioned before in one of my slides that a lot of kind of what comes out of our office in terms of the research we do has to do with what Congress tells us to do in terms of research and evaluation projects. So not all of the program areas at ACF have standalone research and evaluation budgets. And so a lot of the work that we do really has to do with kind of where there's flexibility and authority to do research and evaluation. ORR has a lot of interest and kind of excitement about doing research, I think, but we don't have a dedicated funding stream that comes to OPRE to do ORR research. We are doing some projects in partnership with ORR. They're often kind of as part of other bigger kind of research capacity projects or contracts that we have. So it wouldn't be like a standalone research contract to do an ORR project, but some of our kind of larger research or data support contracts might incorporate smaller pieces or smaller tasks that are working directly with the ORR, and that's kind of just dependent on funds and research questions that might come up as we do our research planning.
Hi, my name is Madhu Nair. I work for a company called Menden Group, and currently we are focused on doing small business innovations research, but we are obviously trying to move into regular contracting space. And of all the projects that you listed, I noticed a couple of them that are actually being conducted right now by nonprofits, especially the CCDF policies database. When you look at the statement of work, there's nothing that a small business cannot do. And are you looking into making some of those things into a small business set aside as opposed to giving it to a nonprofit? Thanks.
Do you want to go ahead and answer that? I mean, probably.
So apparently that was loose. My apologies. That is a mic drop. It's not quite what I was going for there. But the ones that are coming up for recompetition or that are at the RFI stage we haven't made those acquisition decisions yet. So the answer is yes, there is a potential it could be small business set aside, but that'll go back to the RFI discussion and what kind of response we get from small business and whether there's technically capable ones that are determined to be able to do it. And again, the response rate, really, if I get 0. But yeah, the answer to that is yes. If they're showing up on the acquisition forecast, these are looking to go towards contracting, and then we would be looking at either a small business set aside or some other avenue. I don't know offhand if that one was brought out for an RFI last year or not.
So I know you had a specific question about CCDF. So that was an action that, due to resource constraints on our side in GCS, we solicited and we weren't able to make an award last year. So we're resoliciting that thing again. So.
Okay, I want to give a special round of applause to Samantha from OPRE for sharing a little bit more about what they do and insights into their future opportunities. Now we're going to hear from the Children's Bureau, which is another crucial component of ACF. So a round of applause for Children's Bureau.
Revised slides, and we didn't have a chance to update them with the list of contracts. So before we send it out next week, we'll get the correct ones in there.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Okay, good. I want to make sure we're not in here by ourselves. I know it's the end, close to the end of the day and end of the program, but happy to see those of you that are still here with us. I am Tracy Fields, and this is my colleague Linda Villas, and we are from the Children's Bureau. And excited to share with you all some of the upcoming procurements for Children's Bureau. Next slide, please. So just a little bit of background about the Children's Bureau before we get into the procurements. The Children's Bureau was the first federal agency with the U.S. government, and in fact in the world, to focus exclusively on improving the lives of children and families. And the Bureau was created by President William Howard Taft in 1912, so we've been around for a while. The Children's Bureau is composed of a central office in Washington and 10 regional offices across the country, which support the states, territories, and tribes. Next slide, please. So the Children's Bureau partners with federal, state, tribal, and local agencies to improve the overall health and well-being of the nation's children and families. We have an annual budget of approximately $12 billion, And the Bureau provides support and guidance to programs that focus on these main areas: strengthening families and preventing child abuse and neglect, protecting children who have been abused or neglected, and ensuring that every child has a permanent family or family connection. So as families come into our program, those are the areas that we are focused on. Next slide, please. We're responsible for providing support and guidance and technical assistance in the child welfare area, again, to states, territories, and tribal governments. And we kind of focus in on these several bullet areas that you see here. So number one, providing guidance on federal law, policy, and program regulations, ensuring that states know, what it is that is expected of them in the child welfare arena. Funding essential services, helping states and tribes operate every aspect of the child welfare systems. We focus on supporting innovation through competitive peer-reviewed grants for research and program development. We also offer training and technical assistance to improve child welfare service delivery, and monitor child welfare services throughout the country to help states and tribes achieve positive outcomes, again, for children and families. And then also sharing research to help child welfare professionals improve their services. Next slide, please. And I should just mention, you'll see that the procurements that we're going to talk about a little bit later are all related to carrying out the duties of the program administration. So Children's Bureau is made up of 9 divisions or offices that are responsible for carrying out the program administration mentioned on the previous slide. And so I just want to give you a little bit of background. There's a lot of work that we do, and most of it comes out of these 9 offices. So the Division of Capacity Building focuses on providing training and technical assistance and information dissemination, again, to the state, tribes, and service providers, and also federal staff. The Division of Performance Measurement and Improvement provides oversight in the collection, analysis, and reporting of state-level data, which is reported to Children's Bureau from the various states throughout the country. And they're also responsible for reviewing and reporting on child welfare outcomes. The Division of Policy, as the name indicates, provides leadership and direction in policy development and interpretation under federal law. They also write regulations and interpret policy for the Bureau's formula and entitlement grant programs, and respond to requests for policy clarification from the regional offices and a variety of other sources. The Division of Program Implementation provides leadership and direction in the operation and review of programs under various legislation related to implementing child welfare services, promoting safe and stable families, and various aspects of the foster care program. And the Division of Program Innovation, not to be confused with implementation, provides leadership and direction in program development and innovation. So this division defines critical issues for investigation and the opportunity to look into new strategies and activities, all again to address well-being of children and families. And we also oversee the discretionary grant programs. The Division of Regional Programs oversees those 10 regional offices that I mentioned early, and they serve as the focal point and source of expertise and technical assistance, again, to state and local governments. The Division of State Systems provides national leadership regarding planning, design, development, implementation, et cetera, for information systems that support the administration of child welfare programs. The Office on Child Abuse and Neglect provides leadership and direction on the issues of child maltreatment and the prevention of abuse and neglect under the Child Abuse Prevention and Treatment Act. And then the last office, which actually is not on the slide, is the Office of the Associate Commissioner of the Children's Bureau. And that person advises the Commissioner on the administration of children, youth, and families on all matters related to child welfare, including abuse and neglect, protective services, family preservation and support, adoption and foster care. And this person also recommends legislative and budgetary proposals, operational planning system objectives, and projects and issue areas for evaluation, research, and demonstration activities. Next slide. So now I'm going to let Linda present on some of the upcoming procurements for fiscal year 2024.
All right. Good afternoon. First we have JCAMP, which is the Juvenile Court Attorney Measures of Performance, and it's the implementation contract. It will be a 1-year contract with 4 option years. It's a brand new contract, and it's currently posted on GCS APBI. It closes, actually, I brought it forward, but it's actually closing on this Friday, as far as I know. The JCAMP metrics provide a way for the legal side of child welfare to evaluate their performance, similar to the adoption and foster care analysis and reporting system used throughout child welfare. These measures have been field tested by 5 jurisdictions, and this contract will support the selected implementation sites to actually practice this work. There will be between 8 to 12 implementation sites that will be selected through an application process. And the contract has 2 key related requirements. One is to establish a team of professionals to provide the technical assistance, conduct evaluations, provide technical support to the implementation sites, but also to the broader public. Also, there will be the implementation sites that will be done locally, and that may be a city jurisdiction, it could be a tribe, it could be a state. And they will start understanding what their performance actually looks like from a variety of areas. All right. Next slide. The second procurement for us this year is the Child Welfare Sexual Orientation, Gender Identity and Expression Institute, also known as SOGI Institute. It's a brand new contract, and it is also currently posted on GCS APBI. I should let you know that JCAMP is small business. So SOGI is also a 1-year contract with 4 option years. It establishes an entity similar to the Children's Bureau capacity building centers for states, tribes, and courts to provide focused technical assistance to child welfare agencies. And the 4 main categories of technical assistance services are as listed: universal services and products for the field, constituency-based services, learning collaboratives, and one-on-one technical assistance. Next slide. The technical assistance to state, tribal, and child welfare information systems. This contract will provide staff to support our Division of State Systems in providing technical assistance and guidance to states and tribes on everything related to their comprehensive child welfare information systems, otherwise known as CWIS. Another aspect of the contract is to provide technical assistance and guidance to states and tribes on child welfare reporting systems, and that would be the AFCAR system that I just mentioned, and the National Youth in Transition Database, also known as NITED. And the last major piece of the work would be participating in CWIS monitoring reviews of states and possibly tribes. You can skip to the 2 slides, please. Yes, regional partnership. There's not a screen here so that we can see where we are. The Regional Partnership Grants Innovation Project. This is a 1-year contract plus 3 option years, so this is shorter term than the others. The Regional Partnership Grant Program is a cross-systems approach to child welfare and substance abuse. And it's been in place since 2007, and there have been 7 rounds of RPG grants. So this contract seeks to evaluate their evaluation process. So it seeks to take a long-term view of the existing evaluation that's in place and to make recommendations to improve it. Next slide. the contract with the really nice name, fiscal contract. And we had to dig to understand this a little better. So this contract actually sits in the Office of Grants Management, and I realized it might have been provided by the Office of Administration when they had their presentation. So this contract will provide support to federal staff, the financial management staff, in their financial oversight of ACF programs. The contract staff will work in partnership with the Children's Bureau and other ACF offices. So it's not specifically to the Children's Bureau. And it will ensure efficiency, quality, customer service, and compliance. In other words, excellence in the issuance and management of ACF program funds. And this is achieved through the contractor providing high-quality grants management support services. For the Children's Bureau, this work will primarily focus on the Title IV-E entitlement programs of foster care, adoption, guardianship assistance, and administrative costs. And the Title IV-E program, it's a huge portion of that multi-billion-dollar budget of child welfare of the Children's Bureau. And the work may include reviewing quality quarterly claims submitted by grantees, issuing payments, providing technical assistance to ensure appropriate claiming, and more. So all facets of the grants management world, they may be providing assistance with 2 grants management specialists. And the last one for FY24 is the National Child Welfare Center for Innovation and Advancement. This contract is a 1-year contract with 4 option years, and it shall provide a comprehensive array of training and technical assistance that are focused on for jurisdictions to succeed in the Child and Family Services reviews, implementing the Family First Prevention Services Act, workforce development and retention, and other Children's Bureau or Administration for Children and Families program support. To perform these services, the contractor shall have a diverse team of staff and consultants with extensive knowledge of practice and administration in state public child welfare agencies across the country, and an in-depth understanding of federal laws, regulations, policies, funding, monitoring, and requirements related to child welfare. So that is it for the 24 procurements that are currently going on and will continue.
Okay, thanks, Linda. Next slide, please. So we wanted to share with you also a few of the fiscal year 2025 procurements that we know will be coming up. The first one is the National Child Abuse and Neglect Data System, or NCANS, which is a voluntary data collection system that gathers information, again, from all 50 states about reports of child abuse and neglect. The data is used to examine trends in child abuse and neglect across the country, and it's useful in developing programming for local, state, and national levels. This will be a 1-year contract with 4 option years. This is a technical assistance contract, essentially, that will assist states and jurisdictions with managing their data submissions, building programs, and data collection capacities through NCANS. Also responsible for ensuring effective coordination of NCANS data with other related data collections, information systems development, and child welfare monitoring efforts. And also responsible for processing, storing, managing, and analyzing NCANS data to facilitate Children's Bureau use for child welfare monitoring, ad hoc requests, and publications. Next slide, please. The Children's Bureau Learning and Coordination Center is another procurement that's coming up in 2025. This is a service contract, 1 year plus 4 option years. And this contract essentially is responsible for facilitating knowledge and skill building and assist in raising awareness about the Children's Bureau's work. They do that in a variety of ways. The work includes providing logistics to support peer learning, logistics for meetings, special events, and multimedia resource development on child welfare issues. Also providing support to constituency groups, and developing the content for the National Conference on Child Abuse and Neglect. And that's a pretty big conference with the Children's Bureau and in the area of child welfare. It's been held biennially since 1976 and is the only federally sponsored national conference, again, focused on child maltreatment, and serves the nation's leading training and technical assistance event for practitioners, policymakers, and advocates. Next slide, please. The Child Welfare Reviews Project, Child and Family Services Reviews. This is a technical assistance contract that supports Children's Bureau in administering the mandated Child and Family Services Reviews, or CFSRs, as it's known, in all areas, including providing logistics, training, staff, data analysis, reporting, and operations management of the data management system. So this really covers soups to nuts of the entire review process. This contractor would identify reviewers for the process, facilitate conference calls, disseminate review information, develop and revise the review tools, produce reports on findings, and monitor the state improvement program, state improvement plans, which would be the result of the review. This is a very detailed contract. It is a one-year contract as well with 4 option years. Next slide, please. And then lastly, the Child Welfare Information Gateway contract. This is a one-year contract also with 4 option years. This serves as an information clearinghouse and national communication hub for child welfare research, practice, knowledge, and information. It's responsible for compiling, creating, and disseminating resources in support of child welfare and the various programs and services provided by Children's Bureau. It provides universal access, next slide please, to resources covering a wide range of topics in the area of child welfare, again, child abuse and neglect, prevention, adoption, and more, and is responsible for managing and maintaining both content and the technology platforms. It is also responsible for promoting awareness of the Children's Bureau mission and initiatives through written and electronic communication, social media, web and database development, technical assistance management, presentations, technology and information systems, and logistical planning and execution. Next slide, please. So that this is just a chart that sort of outlines the, 10 procurements that we presented to you today. You see that there are 6 for 2024 and 4 that we know about at this time for 2025. And thank you for your attention.
I just want to, hi Linda, good to meet you. I just want to clarify that the SOGI and the JCAMP requirements are posted on GSA as draft solicitations. So even though there's a date on there, those dates will be changed because we haven't fully approved the solicitation yet. Okay, thank you.
Okay. All right, so we had a question from online. Would the Children's Bureau consider piloting, would the Children's Bureau consider piloting a machine learning AI-based proof of concept project for this fiscal for the fiscal contract? And your answer is, that's a neat idea. Let's go talk to Kevin Duvall. But we will provide a written answer to that at some point. So, but to incorporate something like that. So.
Okay. Now we are on to our final mission presentation today. Oh, we have one question? Okay, go ahead.
This means they can learn the new language.
Hello, my name is Derek Collins. I was wondering if you could go back to that slide regarding substance abuse. I missed that. Is that possible? I just want to take a quick picture. Thank you. Fantastic job. Appreciate it.
All right. Now we're on to our final mission partner presentation with the Office of Child Care. Give a warm welcome for the Office of Child Care.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Anne Marie Toohey. I'm the Deputy Director at the Office of Child Care, and I'm delighted to be here this afternoon with all of you. I'm here with my colleague and friend Ginny Gipp, who is the one who really knows about contracts, but I'm so happy she invited me to come and just kick off our presentation today. So as I was driving over here, I was thinking about child care, which is one of my favorite things in the world to talk about. And I'm thinking that most of you in this room or whoever's online listening has had some experience with child care, either as a parent who's needed child care so that they could go to work and who's maybe worried about child care, or hopefully been delighted about the child care arrangement they've had for their children, or as a grandparent who's been asked to provide backup child care. How about as an employer or a business owner who knows how really important it is for employees to have access to high-quality, dependable child care so that they can be the best they can be at work? And to our neighbor down the road who maybe just reads the newspaper, who knows in the past few years what a huge issue this is in our country, how for so very many families child care isn't affordable or not in reach, how child care providers are working so hard to stay in business and provide this service, how really important child care is to our economy and to communities throughout the country's well-being, and certainly and most importantly, how important high-quality child care is for young children. We've had this wonderful opportunity to learn from and know from this amazing body of research these past few decades about the brain science and how early childhood experiences are so critical and impact the architecture of a young child's brain. And that really can set the trajectory for their life ahead. So it sounds kind of dramatic, but it's true that the early childhood experiences kids have at home with their families, with their friends in their neighborhood, and certainly in their child care environments can have profoundly impactful and positive impacts on their life and their future learning and success. So I think maybe that's why Ginny invited me, because she knows I love to talk about childcare, and I believe it's so very important. So I'm delighted to be at OCC for a little over a year, and just wanted to share a little bit about what we do. And I think maybe we're on our second slide, almost. So Administration for Children and Families, yep, here we are, has an early childhood office and suite of programs that's comprised of the Office of Head Start, which serves children from birth up to age 5, the Office of Child Care, which I'll talk a little bit about, and then the Office of Early Childhood Development, which has a number of programs, including tribal home visiting and preschool development grants. So together, these programs work to ensure the best outcomes for children, families, for the providers, and as I mentioned, for communities across the country. At the Office of Child Care, where Ginny and I spend our days, we have a vision of ensuring that all families have access to high-quality child care that...
Next slide, please.
Oh, sorry.
Next slide. Thank you.
That meets children's developmental needs and promotes families' well-being as part of a strong child care system. And as I mentioned, that strong child care system is comprised of thousands of wonderful child care providers. And our mission at OCC specifically is to partner with those states and territories and tribal nations that are providing this affordable child care and comprehensive systems building services through the Child Care and Development Fund. We'll take a look at the next slide, which just gives you a sense of our office's strategic priorities. So we really are always committed to strengthening the child care policies and practices. We want to ensure that everything we're doing is strengthening the child care sector. Most recently, the ACF published a final rule for Child Care and Development Fund, which includes some amazing updates that will be very impactful for families and providers, making child care more affordable for families and payments more timely to support the providers caring for those children. So we're very excited about that. We are always looking to support lead agencies as they operate their CCDF programs with fidelity and look to support them with that. And then are certainly looking at our own internal functions, the work that we're doing, looking to build our internal capacity and recruit a workforce that reflects the communities with whom we're working, and are also working with our partners to sort of wrap up that amazing infusion of money that came through ARP and that spending to ensure that all of that is used to the best of their abilities. So for the next slide, it just gives a little bit more specifics about what I've been talking about. So the Child Care and Development Fund is authorized by the Child Care and Development Block Grant, and it's now quite a large program. It's over $12 billion, so there's been quite a bit of growth in the funding of the program. It's a formula program that we provide grants directly, as I said, to states, to territories, and tribal nations so that they can implement their own Child Care and Development Fund program in their communities. And that involves providing subsidized child care to eligible families so that for those families who are most in need, they have access to affordable, quality child care. They're also building systems that support quality in child care programs throughout the community for all families. We know this is so important for every family. The income cap in the Child Care and Development Fund, a program can serve families up to 85% of the, the state median income. So it's very important. We are looking always to improve the quality of care in programs for all families regardless of income, and often we find that a child care program might be caring for 30% of their enrollment are children receiving child care subsidies, and so the remaining kids whose families may not be participating because their income is higher than that, they benefit from all the quality initiatives that go into the program. And we are currently serving, through our partners, over about 1.3 million children in over 790,000 families per month. And you can get a sense, I think, from what I've been sharing, and certainly this next slide sort of reiterates what we do, that as a block grant, our partnership is directly with those states, territories, and tribal nations. And so much of what we do is provide guidance and technical support to them, as well as oversight and monitoring. And many of our contracts that Ginny will talk about are related to the provision of technical assistance. States, tribes, and territories are doing an amazing job being innovative, being creative, dealing with complex challenges, and using these funds to the best of their ability to try to meet the needs of as many families as possible. But a lot of the work is complex, and so we want to make sure that we're providing technical assistance and support to them as they do this very important work. So I think with that, I should probably wrap up, or I'll keep talking all day. But I'm happy to introduce you to my colleague, Ginny, who can talk through the contracts that we have at Office of Child Care. Thank you.
Thanks, Anne Marie. What Anne Marie didn't say when she started out was she came to the Office of Child Care about 1.5 years ago, and she came from the Fairfax County, Virginia. So we're in, if anyone's from out of town, we're in Montgomery County, Maryland. Fairfax County, Virginia is right across the river. And Fairfax County, Virginia is one of the largest counties in the country. In fact, its population, at least at the numbers I was looking at census for another project a couple of months ago, is larger than about 8 or 9 of the smallest states. And smallest state doesn't always mean square miles. Sometimes it means just the population. So this is, some big states with a lot of land. Wyoming, half of Wyoming, if you read one of the authors I like, is federal land. And then Alaska, Dakotas, Delaware, and Rhode Island, because there was a more population, very small land base, they're on the list. But she brings, because she's run this Office of Children for a number of years, she brings so much expertise to the Office of Child Care. And the other thing is that the Child Care and Development Fund, which at the state, territory, and tribal level, they, like other block grants, the TANF and others, probably Community Services Block Grant, each state determines what lead agency, state, territory, and tribe, what lead agency they want to administer the funds. So with all the things we have in place, it's really great to have someone who has the expertise, again, of a county program, because some of our states run their child care services through their county system, not so much at the state level. So Anne Marie was mentioning that a lot of the work that we do, all the benefits and the impacts it has on children, which is remarkable. And a lot of that work we do within, people don't always think as highly as they could. I'm going on 40 years in the federal government, in case you can't hear this comment coming. Federal government does a lot of really great work. And there are a lot of really talented people in the federal government who do that work. So a lot of our technical assistance that most of it's in contracts, but we have federal staff in our central office, divisions in our central office here in DC, and then in our 10 regional offices around the country. The HHS has the same regional offices around the country. And those staff across the country that are doing direct work with our CCDF grantees, our states, territories, and tribes, they do a lot of one-on-one technical assistance with them. And then to support all of that, we bid out a lot of this work through government contracts. I know you all know this. You may not know the Child Care and Development Fund. So I'm going to just mention a few of the contracts that we have. These are the contracts that we have in place that we award through GCS, which is our contracting office in ACF. And the first two are current contracts, and these are the only ones that are coming to an end at the end of this fiscal year. So they'll be bid out. We'll have a new vendor in place before the end of the fiscal year, which means before midnight on September 30th. And midnight before the end of the fiscal year last year, because it was such a busy year, meant about 10 o'clock at night for a couple of our contract award actions. And GCS got it done for us, and we're grateful for that. So on this slide, you'll see we have our logistics contract, which is our meetings management center. And this was a one-year contract this year, just because times got tight and it had to be awarded. And there's some issues with ADA going on, some court issues that none of us was responsible for. It was a court somewhere else in the country. So that became a one-year contract. We're rebidding that out, and we, of course, would like, we're hoping, and what we're working toward is so that will be a 5-year award. And then the second one that you'll see on here is our monitoring and oversight system contract. And that one has been a 5-year contract, and we're still meeting with GCS to iron out some details before we can get really moving on this procurement. So that's why it says date to be determined. And if anyone were to ask us a question about that again, we'll say to be determined, because we don't know the date yet. And the monitoring and oversight system, it's more of an internal facing contract, because so they're helping us, this contractor is helping us, there's monitoring and oversight and accountability staff in OCC. They're helping to collect kind of the artifacts that states need to show us how they're coming into compliance with our rules, with our federal rules. And this is a process that really came together a few years ago, and OCC there's a reorganization, and we added this new oversight and accountability division for the first time, and then launched this much bigger contract. And it has it has oversight and accountability pieces in it, and this Office of Child Care Monitoring System kind of database. The contractor does a lot of internal work ahead of time in collecting information, setting up monitoring visits, and then they go on site with federal staff to do the monitoring. And another piece that's attached to this, or is a bigger piece of this, and this gets back to what Anne Marie was talking about when the vision and kind of our priorities, is that we've implemented, and I should say our director, who's brilliant, she implemented something new over the last year and a half, and that is something we're calling implementation conferences. So that's putting all the pieces of kind of all the business processes in the office together and going back to grantees who still are not in compliance with certain parts of their Child Care and Development Fund plan. And I'm just going to say maybe it's something around background checks, health and safety, trainings that their providers need to have. So with these conferences, we get the right people from the divisions together and meet with the state lead agency and go over where they are in a really, it's a nice format, because it's not a gotcha, 3 years later when we're monitoring. It's at the beginning. So we're coming in kind of all from the same place. Where are you? Just wondering, why is that? Oh, it's because you have to have legislative authority and you're working on that. That's really good to know. We didn't know that. It's a great process, and this monitoring contract, it plays a part of that, but it's more of an OCC enterprise, the implementation conferences, and it's a way to weave all our work together so that we're all focused on helping grantees, have innovative services and being in compliance with some of the health and safety requirements that really matter, because we're talking about children in care. Okay. I know there's questions and answers at the end. So the next contracts are already in place. We have a couple that were awarded last year, and last year Anne Marie and I came and talked about a couple of these. The first one is called DISC, and that's our child care data information systems, child care. What is that? Consultation. Thank you. I'm sorry. I know that one since we work on it. It's a really, and I didn't have we didn't have much time to write our own separate notes for these, so my fault there. It's a busy time for all. This is one of our really exciting new projects, which it's kind of a new frontier for all of us, because it's an area that we've never provided technical assistance on in the Office of Child Care. Our block grant, the Child Care and Development Block Grant, passed in 1990. The first grants went out in 1991. And for the first, I'd say, kind of 20 years of the block grant, it was states, territories, and tribes putting together their programs, and no one was really working at a systems level, across systems level, the way that so many states are now with interoperability features and so on. So this is an exciting new venture for us where we're actually figuring out what states are interested, doing a scan to figure out where states are on their information technology systems and data systems, and then figuring out what kinds of technical assistance we could tailor to them and providing some intensive TA around that based on a scan and an application process that'll happen over the next year or so. We're very excited about this one, and we wanted to note which contracts were awarded to an 8A. This is one of them, and I'm sorry, our Communications Management Center is also one that was awarded to an 8A. Also on this slide is our National Center on Child Care Subsidy Administration and Accountability. This is an existing contract, and I'm sorry, it's not existing. It had been a contract. It was a recompete, but we added a lot more features to it because we received a large increase in our appropriation, and we wanted to put that money out to help states, territories, and tribes. So a lot of that money went in through contract mods to our contracts. How many times can I say contracts in a sentence? I'll work on that. So this one is about just helping help states with things like doing how they paying by enrollment, which is, I believe, that's one of the pieces in our new rule, is paying by enrollment, not attendance, and other parts of payment practices, just some cost modeling. They handle all parts of the TA system, of the subsidy system, and they also, part of that contract also deals with improper payments. And then the third one on this slide is our National Center on After School and Summer Enrichment, and the Child Care and Development Fund funds children up through age 12. So we have a large segment of our children who are in before and after school services, and this TA center is helping with that, and also summer care. And then on the next slide, finally. Great, thank you. Our National Center on Early Childhood Quality Assurance, that contract was awarded in 2022, and is another contract where we added some features to it last year. Really just a few new staff to help with things like health, safety, and licensing. Some of the activities in this contract are around licensing. They're around helping family child care, providers. We have lived experience panels on this in this contract. And one of the really exciting things, I'll let you know, to me personally, nothing about the pandemic was exciting, but because there was so much need to help child care providers during the pandemic, and when Anne-Marie mentioned the ARP Act funds, the American the American Rescue Plan Act funds, the historic funding levels that went out across the land from the government to help support infrastructure to come back after the pandemic. One of the a huge, many billion-dollar grant program that was funneled through the through the Child Care and Development Fund, which we operate, was these stabilization grant funds, and they went directly to our lead agencies, and then they were to pass them on through to child care providers. And the reason for that was because the economy was starting to open up to some extent, and there was no child care. A lot of child care was closed or shuttered, as the word is, during the pandemic. And so for those child care programs, whether it's a family child care home or a child care center, for those that were still hanging on, this was to give those centers funds to keep them afloat until the pandemic got in a better place and people were able to get out and about and start using child care again. And we had this National Center on Early Childhood Quality Assurance had an existing training that they'd done, and it's a train-the-trainer that was it was developed years ago. It has several cohorts or modules to it, and we had that ready to roll. and it was a great thing to have at that moment in time when we needed to help child care providers, particularly small small child care operations, a family child care home, with their business acumen to help them apply for these funds that they could then keep afloat during the pandemic. So those are a few of the features of that contract. This new one here in the middle, it is a new one. It's a 2-year contract, and it's a communications support contract. And that's to help us with our internal communications out to our grantees. We broke up to a larger contract, which was our communications management center, which we've had for a very long time, and that handled communications and logistics. And we broke that up into 2 contracts. And I mentioned the logistics contract earlier, and then the communications piece around this contract. It's an inward-facing contract, so it helps us with our capacity to get information out to the field. And then on the last one on this slide, and there are only 2 more after that, the last one on this side is our State Capacity Building Center. And you'll see on this slide it mentions 3 specific things it does. It coordinates all the technical assistance for our entire child care technical assistance network. That's all of our contractors. And then it has specialized training on specific topics, especially around systems building. And then it has an infant toddler specialist network tucked in as a branch there. And it manages our web systems, our websites, including childcare.gov. That center is also what we call the navigator to our TA system. So that's where we have kind of a one-on-one. We have a state system specialist that works with every single state and territory lead agency to provide them, one-on-one help in reaching out to the states and territories in their 10 regions with all of the technical assistance needs that they have, and then figuring out their state's readiness to accept the technical assistance, and then working within our network of TA providers to provide that technical assistance. And that contract is actually, it was extended out a little bit, and that one will end in April 2025, so the middle of next federal fiscal year. So clearly we'll be working on something for that starting quickly this fall. And then the last 2, which is the last slide, the second to last slide, is our Tribal Child Care Capacity Building Center. And that does a whole lot of things in one center. A lot of the pieces that you'll see in the other centers, it does pieces of those. They also reach out, of course, and work with the specialties TA centers, but they're working with our 265 tribal child care grantees, which actually reach over 500 and some federally recognized tribes through tribal consortia arrangements. And then our Tribal Child Care Program Support Center is a new contract last year, and these 2 were awarded to 8As. And this one is more of an inward-facing contract, which is helping us with specialized supports around putting together our new tribal CCDF, the 3-year plan for services. States, territories have one, and then the tribes have one that's similar but adapted toward tribes. And so this is assisting with all of that, putting together a new plan. It's a very complicated process. And then with tribal construction and major renovation, because unlike states, tribes are allowed to use funding for tribal construction and major renovation. So that's it for our contracts, and then the overall kind of overlay of what OCC does. Oh, great. Thank you all.
Thank you so much, Office of Child Care. I will now hand it over to Mr. Kiato Wesley, our Executive Director of Acquisitions and Head of the Contracting Activity, to answer a few minutes of your questions and provide us with closing remarks.
How y'all doing? How is everybody? You made it till the end. If y'all remember, one of the things I said to you, and I know we've got quite a few hundred online, what I can tell you is I told y'all our word, right? Resilience, right? In order to persevere, to reach success, to gain information, you need some resilience. Before I let you all go and I deep dive into your questions, I would like to do something before I start taking the last few questions of the event. That also gives anybody a chance to email Patrick any final questions. Is the GCS team in the room? Stand up for me, any of the GCS people. These are the people who helped me pull these things together. Special shout out to Rob Chambers, who had to step away, Patrick, Kobe. You know, you guys, it's a lot of work to pull these things together. For all you guys participating in speakers, events, answering questions, standing in the line of fire, because these guys want to learn. These ladies want to get as much information as possible, and y'all stood in the fire and took the shots, took the questions, and answered them, and I'm very proud of you, so thank you. So, for those who are remaining and those who are online still, what questions do you have that the team may not have answered? Bring it, bring it. Let's see how much juice I got left in the tank, y'all.
Leonard Boyd, Lux Consulting Group.
Welcome.
Hello. Considering the importance of CPARs, contractor performance assessment ratings,
yes,
in the bid and proposal process, could you maybe elaborate or clarify on the different evaluation criteria, such as satisfactory versus very good?
Yes. So, actually, thank you for doing that. As you all know, throughout the week, we've talked of various elements of the contracting process, a little bit of some on the acquisition process, because contracting is a subset of acquisition. One of the things that has been a major turning point in the federal government, and some of you have been feeling it, is what we call the level setting, if you will, based on audits that have taken place on CPARs, right? So CPARs, there was an audit on the CPARs within the federal government, I want to say three to 4 years ago, and it was released fairly recently. And basically what it outlined is that the ratings were inflated, okay? And let me explain what inflated means, because before people run out and be like, I earned my rating. That's not what it means. What it means is, hey, you gave this person an excellent or an outstanding, depending on where you are in the federal government and which adjectival rating they use. If they gave you that good or exceptional or outstanding, they needed to be able to write a narrative that actually substantiates that. Okay? So what was happening is they would rate that as whatever your rating is, but no summary that outlined what was above and beyond what the contract was for, but yet still within the scope. You notice how I added that at the end, right? But yet still within the scope of the contract. The government can't get something for free, all right? So that means when we go to evaluate you, people are now seeing more acceptable ratings. And when you see more acceptable ratings, because you are doing what is asked of you in your contract, that's like sticker shock to people, all right? Because I've been this for the last 5 years. Why now am I this? Well, this is because we're properly evaluating you based on what you performed, not based on how we feel about your performance. I'm going to repeat that. We're evaluating you on what you've actually performed and not about what we feel about your performance, right? So if you get an acceptable, don't freak out, don't panic, because it means you did exactly what the government asked of you. When you go through and people say, okay, well then how is that going to be considered when I go up for source selection or competition? So, not sure if anybody has actually had this conversation with you, but I want to have it now, which is, obviously if you have a failure in your CPARs, not a good look. You know, all I can say is play taps, okay? Play taps. Y'all know what taps is? That's exactly right. Bum, bum, bum. That's it. Just tap out, go on home. Graduation. You graduated to Fort Living Room. That's what that is, okay? But if you end up with a neutral, anybody remember what neutrals mean? Neutrals mean that you don't have past performance in that particular kind of work that's being in the solicitation. It's not negative. It's not positive. It really is neutral, all right? It doesn't win you a solicitation or an award, but it doesn't lose you or cost you an award, okay? People think neutrals are bad. They are not. The neutrals allow you to still be considered for award if your technical approach is solid and meets the criteria. It also allows your pricing to still be evaluated. So for if it's price reasonableness, or if it's a cost reasonableness or realism. Okay, so think about that. And then, of course, if you did have exceptional performance, all right, of course, that's the highest of ratings. You get that rating, it's been able to be justified. So when the CPARS is pulled in the system, now the government actually has tangible evidence on what you did that was above or gave a higher return on investment for that contract, yet still within the scope. Does that answer your question? Yeah, so if you get a situation where you're like, man, explain my rating, it should be able to be explained to you in a manner in which I just did. Any others?
Yes, sir. We have a couple online.
Okay.
All right. Let's see. We heard a lot this week about the efforts that ACF and GCS are making to reach out to small businesses. Are we doing anything at GCS to engage with academia, or nonprofit organizations?
I don't think we've specifically targeted nonprofits, but there are numerous activities to engage with academia, typically driven by the program offices in which we support or drive. So for specifically, you start talking about in our research areas, R&K is what we affectionately call it, research and knowledge. We also are sending them invitations to events like these. We're targeting specific broad agency announcements to get academia involved, especially targeting HBCUs and MIs, trying to get them to not simply focus on grants environment, but also focus in on contracts, as well as other mainstream universities to do the same thing if they have been primarily focusing on grants. Because people don't understand that there is job opportunities for academia and their students. That's all. Sometimes that's free labor or reduced labor. They get real hands-on experience. They get job exposure to the federal government. We learn, they get real-time experience. The universities profit and are able to give more scholarships to their students or improve their research facilities. So we are definitely working hard to continue to build relationships with academia. That's a really good question.
Okay.
And for nonprofits, we haven't forgotten about you. It just hasn't been a specific focus area as of yet. But I can tell you now that the question's been asked, my brain will start turning. So more to follow. Let me get with the team on that one.
All right. And this one you can always punt to Brendan. It's a question regarding our planned IDIQs and just where do you think you're going? I know we addressed this sort of yesterday, but where do you think you're going to start, and what do you think are realistic timeframes? There's a bunch of others, but we'll answer those in writing.
That's all right. So I am going to pitch that to Brendan because it's a test. I need to see where he goes.
All right. So where we are right now is I'm building out my team, and I'm working with the mission partners to identify the scope of what we're looking for. I do have 3 focus areas that I'm looking at first. That's our training and technical assistance. That's our emergency response, and that's our logistics and conference support. As far as timing, I would anticipate you'll start seeing initial information, at least regarding that first one, coming up this next fiscal quarter. And then I will kind of put out timelines as best I see them as I start building out that information. But they will be sooner rather than later, especially for that training and technical assistance piece. So hopefully that answers the question, and then we'll get the rest of them out in writing as we get to them.
That's fair.
And this isn't a question, but just because I keep getting the emails. We will send out the slides, names of all the presenters, written questions, answers. We'll get the slides and everything out quickly early next week. The questions and answers will take a few weeks to make sure we get all the written answers properly done. But you don't have to keep emailing with that. So,
thanks, Patrick. Any other questions in the room?
Hello, my name is Derek Collins. I have a weird question.
Fire away.
As a leader of a team, what advice can you share based on your experience, and what is your strategy for bringing on high-performing support staff?
You trying to get me to tell all my secrets, man. Wow. So I'm going to ask you to give me that first half, and I'm going to answer the first half, and then I'm going to answer the second half. So one more time.
What is your leadership approach, and what is your strategy to bringing on high-performing support staff? Excuse me.
So from a strategy standpoint, first thing I'm going to tell you is have lots of patience. Right? I mean that with all sincerity. I am very blessed and fortunate. You guys have gotten to hear and meet some of my up-and-coming leaders. They cover my six every single day. So even when they hit a bump in the road, I still trust them because they've proven to try to do the right thing. We kind of went to a mantra in our organization about not just don't focus on being right, just do right. Right? Because if you do right, then overall, when everything gets awarded, it'll be right. And so what I'm focusing on, my number one strategy is be patient, teacher, coach when necessary, but yet still hold everyone and myself accountable because it's a we. This is not a dictatorship. They all get a voice. And I do try to make sure that I work with them on ensuring communication up and down the organization. Because if the lowest ranking person in the organization is included, they never feel like the lowest ranking person in the organization. And so that is my strategy overarching. I can get into more strategic discussion about the business of acquisition, but I don't think that's what you were going for.
Thank you.
And then there was the second half. I just want to make sure I answer the full thing. Just the second half.
Oh, yeah. But what is your strategy on bringing on high-performing staff?
First thing, seriously, honestly, do a skill gap analysis. What do I need? Where's the workload coming from with the mission partners? So I know what kind of talent I need to bring on board, right? So, for example, you had one of the customers that was up here was OPRE. They specialize in research. And so we want to make sure that I understand where they're going 5 years from now and 7 years from now. I can do a skill gap analysis right now and tell you, of the people on my team, are we prepared for the work we have today? And where are we short? So when I'm recruiting, I'm looking for the talents and the skill sets of tomorrow while maintaining the success of today, all right? And then lastly, but not least, fit. You can have all the technical acumen in the world, but if they don't have the right mindset, the right hunger, they don't have any idea what customer service is. If you're going to put, I got to be careful because I almost said that wrong and I would have got so much trouble. So if you have highly technically analytical people, and then you have your huggers, right? And you put them on the same team, they drive each other nuts. Neither are bad. But if I have a team of high-performing, analytical people, I typically don't put them together with my high-performing huggers and social people. All right? Except for maybe for strategic critical projects, if I'm trying to stretch them and make them more balanced as people or leaders. Because as you become up as a leader, you can't stay straight analytical, and you can't be all feelings. You got to mix it up, right? So the goal is to try to hire a mixture of people, the right person in the right seat at the right time for the right problem.
Last question.
Yes, sir.
Are you okay with being the bad guy?
Oh, absolutely. You should probably ask that to my team. I am Batman for a reason. I am Batman for a reason. So some of you know this, some of you don't, but each of my leaders that has been here for more than 60 days, they almost all have a superhero moniker that is based on their personalities, their strengths, their weaknesses, Myers-Briggs, those kinds of things. It takes a lot of work to analyze your people, get to know your people, talk about their strengths with them, talk about their weaknesses with them, how do they improve. If you are going to lead anyone, I don't care if you're just leading your children, you can't be afraid to have a conversation about where they need to improve. People want to be led. I get reminded of that every single day. And if you care about them, you lead them. If you care about them, you tell them where they need to improve. You tell them where they are outstanding. You tell them where they are tremendous. And you have their backs when they need you. All right? And so sometimes being the bad guy is really showing them you love them in the most succinct but blunt way possible. And then teaching them so they don't make those mistakes anymore. So it's okay to be the bad guy sometimes.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Y'all letting me off the hook with that one? All right. So, again, you guys know what this week was about. It was about you. It was about you getting an opportunity to know what the forecasted workload was, not just what the projects are, but what they mean, what is expected, who are they for, where are they going to be performed, when are they coming out, when can you expect them, all right? How are we expected to roll those out? I always tell my team who, what, when, where, why, and how. Just like English class, right? And if we focus on the who, what, when, where, why, and how in these kinds of events, we stand in the pocket, we answer the questions, you all can write better proposals for us. You can become more competitive for us, and you will then be more successful long term. And then long term from now, these programs, as they need your support, you will be around. And so the goal is to have you be around, have you be successful, and have our programs be successful. So thank you for your investment. You are our investment, and we will continue to invest in you as long as you invest in us. So thank you. You all have a great week, great rest of the week, and do something with what you learned here, all right? Have a great one.